You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's November the 10th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. You're found here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Not doing too bad. I'm just dealing with some snow.
Oh,
Sorry for the foul language, folks, but yeah, snow.
yeah, we're
Well, we
getting
got-
your weather today here, but it's warmed up, so we're getting rain.
You're getting rain. Well, we got about 4 inches of snow on Sunday. So, yeah. And the school buses are canceled. We got that much snow.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't
Wow.
think 4 inches would stop buses, but, you know, when you look at the side roads and stuff like that can be a hazard for the buses, right?
Oh, yeah.
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 Now, I have family that is in northwest end of our province, and their buses weren't canceled, but ours were. I don't know. Each one's based, separately, right? So,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they got lots of snow as well up there.
Yeah, well, I mean, like northern Ontario gets more snow naturally, and they might be more ready for it.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, and like it's November, we don't normally get we're in Canada, so on and so forth. But it's been years, but I think we've got snow before Remembrance Day.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
been a long time for us. I can remember when I was a kid, we would have snow at Halloween, but it's been a while
Oh, I
now.
remember going out with my mom buying my outfits, my costumes, 2 sizes too big because she'd do me all up in my winter pants and
Yeah.
coat, and then the the costume would go on over that.
Exactly. Talking about winter and stuff like that, let's change from the weather to what's going on next week. You've got a talk coming up.
Yeah, I do. I'm nervous. I'm very, very excited. Next Monday evening, please come join me at the Halifax Regional Library in the BMO room starting at 6:30. I'm going to have a chat talking about the medicines I work with and the ailments that they are good to help you gain tools to help fight. I am nervous and excited about this talk. We have the room for an hour, so we have a little chat by me, and then we have some time for some questions afterwards as well. This will be going out over the interwebs, and I will be making sure that Al has all of the information to put it on both the PACE sites and on the Mushy Moment site as well on Facebook. So you should be able to find the link easily to join.
That's right. Yeah, looking forward to it. We'll broadcast it here on the network because it's Monday night and we don't have a regular scheduled program for that night, and it'd be great to help reach out even further. So
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, from snow and psychedelics, it's time for us to get to today's news. We've got 10 stories. We're talking psychedelics and cannabis for the next hour, every other story, and here we go.
Here we go. Coming to us from StratCan, Canada's Cannabis Legalization Initiative, funding, outcomes, and departmental spending.
A recently shared departmental results report from Health Canada highlights a horizontal initiative and associated spending by the Canadian government for the legalization and regulation of cannabis spanning from April the 1st, 2018 to March the 31st, 2025. This initiative was implemented and renewed once, with the first phase covering 2017 to 2022 and the renewal from 2022 to 2025. Health Canada is the lead department with partner departments, including the Canadian Border Services Agency, the Public Health Agency of Canada, Public Safety Canada, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Other government departments like the Department of Justice support the framework, but are not part of the initiative's target funding. The initiative has two shared outcomes: keeping cannabis out of the hands of Canadian children and youth, and reducing the illegal cannabis market.
Polling shows that cannabis use has decreased slightly in the 15 to 17 age group, as has that of youth in grades 10 to 12, who reported frequent cannabis use. Similarly, Canadian youth are more likely to associate cannabis use with harm than they were before legalization. The percentage of the estimated total market demand captured by the legal market has continued to increase since 2018.
The total 8-year federal funding from start to end date was holy cannoli.
I know, eh? I read that earlier.
I believe this is what, $1,047,187,948 in authorities, with actual spending of $965 million. Health Canada, Theme 1, implementing and enforce legislative framework, holy cannoli, almost $700 million. Theme 2, which is provide information to Canadians, was $26 million. And the internal services was almost $80 million. This is the actual spending.
Yeah. When I read this report this morning, when I got to that 1 billion number, I had to double check. Hang on here. I mean, there's a lot of zeros in there. Public Health Agency of Canada, this Theme 2 provides information to Canadians, was $4,755,000. Internal services was $549,155. Public Safety Canada, their Theme 2, which provides information to Canadians, was $1,143,000. Theme 3, Enhanced Data, Knowledge, and Tools, was $5,643,000. And Internal Services, another $1 million there.
The RCMP spent money in Theme 4 to provide intelligence, enforcement, and security screenings, and that was almost $75 million. Again, actual spending here, folks.
Yep.
And internal services were $13.5 million. The Canadian Border Service Agency on Theme 5, which was prevent cross-border movement, almost $55 million, and internal services, $5.5 million.
Yeah, there were 399 license applications approved out of a total of 417 license application decisions made between November 2018 and March 2019. This increased to 2,261 applicants in 2019 to 2020, and 1,700 in 2020 and 2021. So there you go. That's a dough, eh?
Wow. We say billions a lot. Like, I mean, when we talk about different things, but it's usually written out. To see the number typed out in numbers like that is, whoo.
Yeah, let's say like 1.4 billion or something like that, with the word billion, not having to look at all those different commas in there. Yeah, bit of a surprise when I read it as well. So
holy cannoli.
Yeah. All right. From cannabis, we shall move on to the next story, which I got to find. There it is. All right. There we go.
Here we go. Coming to us from McGill Newsroom. McGill study reveals knowledge gap about psychedelic therapies in adolescents.
There is a growing interest within the medical community in the use of psychedelic therapies to treat conditions ranging from depression and PTSD to anxiety and eating disorders. New research led by McGill University and published in the Lancet Child and Adolescent Health has found that while adolescents under 18 might also benefit from these types of treatments, they have been excluded from current clinical research in the field due to ethical, legal, and regulatory concerns. The lack of clinical evidence makes it difficult for clinicians and adolescent patients to make informed decisions with respect to the use of such therapies for this age group. The researchers found that of the 1,600 psychedelic studies registered or published between January 2000 and April 2025, only 4 have proposed including participants under 18. None of these studies have been completed or published.
The researchers point out that many young people with mental illnesses don't respond to standard treatments, and some will face lifelong impairment or worse. A 2020 review in the Journal of Child Psychology and Psychiatry found that approximately 1 of these 3 adolescents with major depressive disorder will not improve with standard care involving antidepressant medication and psychotherapy. They also warn that many clinicians already prescribe psychiatric drugs to adolescents without age-specific evidence from clinical trials. The use of MDMA and psilocybin-assisted therapies may follow the same path unless research is completed before they are made clinically available, they argue.
As professionals in the fields of psychedelic therapy and adolescents' mental health, we face an ethical imperative not to ignore adolescents, but instead to anticipate risks, test safeguards, and develop clinical knowledge in the field, says the lead author, Gail Rajwani, a PhD candidate at the McGill University Department of Philosophy, who studies ethical issues in psychiatry and mental health. Now, the authors know that psychedelic therapy at earlier ages may carry heightened risks, including impacts on cognitive and social development, or potentially higher risk of adverse experiences compared to adults. However, they emphasize that these risks, which can vary with age and context, must be weighed against the serious consequences of untreated or treatment-resistant mental illness.
The team calls for initial research in the field to proceed with great caution in populations with the greatest foreseeable risk-benefit ratio, with robust consent processes in place. We currently have essentially no clinical evidence about how psychedelic therapies might affect adolescents. This is said by senior author Brian Earp, who is an associate professor at the Center for Biomedical Ethics at the National University of Singapore. Cautious and ethical responsible research can help us move beyond speculation and begin to assess whether emerging psychedelic therapies can benefit adolescents with unmet needs.
There you go. What do you think? It's something I
Well,
never really thought about.
With the studying I've done with
Mhm.
different medicines I've done, one of the things I've learned about medicines, especially these ones that have been around for millennia, such as psilocybin or combo, iboga, the tribes who have them feed them to their kids.
Wow.
I mean, like they start at birth, even before birth, with the medicines, why the mom does them, or if they get sick, combos, parents in the Shipibo would use combo to help flush the illness from the child, and they use it in traditional ways with their kids, and I'm sure that is one of the reasons why modern day scientists are kind of raising an eyebrow to it and want to find out why.
Yeah. Oh, you got a good point there about the tradition stuff like that. But yeah, I just never thought about the psychedelic ends when it came to the children. Myself personally, I wasn't a child, but I was barely an adult, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's I think it can be beneficial. Why not? I know if they can determine that ahead of time, they talk about being able to sort of tell whether they can help out with addictions and stuff. We've reported in some of the stories. Maybe they
Yep.
could do an analyze on kids that have mental health conditions that could benefit and check them for any conditions that may be concerned with.
Yeah, and if we can do this as a preventative way of helping them
Yeah.
be healthier, more stable adults, it's a good thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. On to the next story. Here we go.
Here we go. Coming to us from Normal. Survey, pain patients often substitute cannabis for prescription opiates.
Patients report reduced pain and a decrease in their use of prescription opioids following their initiation of state-authorized medical cannabis products, according to the survey published in the journal Substance Use and Misuse. Investigators affiliated with the University of Louisiana surveyed responses from over 2,000 Louisianans registered to participate in the state's medical cannabis access program.
Following their use of cannabis, respondents reported lower pain levels by an average of 3.4 points on a 10-point scale. That's huge. A finding that is consistent with prior studies. Patients who reported either decreasing or ceasing their use of certain prescription medications were far more likely to report consuming greater quantities of cannabis as compared to those who did not. This finding offers some confirmation of the substitution between opioids and medical cannabis, researchers determined. The results from the study align with the growing literature of the consumption patterns of medical cannabis, the study's authors concluded. In our study of medical cannabis use in Louisiana, it has significantly reduced pain, and for those using it, decreased opioid use. More research is needed to understand how this substitution leads to fewer drug-related deaths, a major critique of opiates. More research is needed. Yeah, we've had a lot of research, and we know it works.
Yeah, yeah. Nearly 1 in 3 patients with chronic pain acknowledge using cannabis as an analgesic, and many report substituting it in place of traditional analgesics, sleep aids, analgesics, and other prescription medications. I am one of those people because I had, I knew I had that choice back in 2003, 2002, cannabis or opiates. I chose cannabis instead. And the only spot I had any opioid medications was when I was hospitalized. It was just cannabis. And, it didn't always kill all the pain. It dulled it, but yeah, I'm glad I'm not an opiate stat and part of cannabis. Way to go.
Yeah. I am an opiate stat, but I am also a success story for cannabis, showing that it can help you get sober.
Yeah, and what I was referring to is the opioid stat was the overdose deaths.
Overdose death, yeah.
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 Yep. Alrighty. On to the next story.
Here we go. Coming to us from medical news today, psychedelics may rewire brain to improve depression treatment studies.
While many people may consider psychedelics to be solely a recreational drug, research indicates that this drug class can be helpful in treating mental health issues such as depression and addiction. The researchers in the new study aim to better understand how psychedelics impact the brain, particularly the neurons involved in thought and emotion. For that, they used the psychedelic DQI on rats.
On rats. They found that psychedelics influence a brain pathway, suggesting potential to rewire the brain and improve treatment for depression and other mental disorders. And their findings are published in the journal eNeuro.
Yeah, the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention addressed mental health in 2024. That shows how widespread depression and anxiety are in the U.S. And the study notes that around 18% of U.S. adults reported recently experiencing symptoms of anxiety, and 21% reported having symptoms of depression.
There are many treatments for depression and anxiety, including antidepressants such as citrulline, which is Zoloft, Wellbutrin. They give us the name there, and so many others. There are only 2 of dozens and dozens. Many people with these disorders also go to talk therapy. Some studies have examined the use of psychedelics in treating mental health conditions and found they offer faster and sometimes longer lasting relief after just one or a few treatments compared to traditional antidepressants that you are taking handfuls a day, every day.
Yeah. Psychedelics act on serotonin receptors in the brain and can trigger deep changes in brain cognitivity and emotion processing within hours. Federally, psychedelics are still considered Schedule One substances. However, a few states have legalized them for therapeutic use, while others are exploring the same. Oregon, for example, legalized the use of psychedelics to treat anxiety, depression, and addiction.
The researchers in the new psychedelic study hope that exploring and learning more about the neural pathways in which these medicines work will further strengthen the case for using them therapeutically. The scientists focused on two brain regions in their study, the colostrum and the anterior cortex, the ACC.
Yeah, the colostrum is significant because it is sensitive to psychedelics and, according to the researchers, has the highest 5-HT2A and 5-HT2CR expression in the brain. These are serotonin receptors, which are significant because they are implicated in depression.
Mm.
Then the ACC, which is responsible for processing and controlling emotions, is affected by depression.
Mm-hmm. To see how psychedelics impact neuroplasticity, the researchers experimented on male rats. Each rat was housed individually, anesthetized, and then studied to examine brain activity. The scientists used electrical signals to see how strongly neurons in the colostrum responded, both with and without psychedelics.
Under normal conditions, the simulation weakened the connections between neurons, causing what the researchers described as long-term depression. However, when the psychedelic DOI was introduced, it had the opposite effect and made these same connections stronger, causing long-term potentiation. The psychedelic strengthened synaptic connections and promptly promoted neuroplasticity.
The findings point to the colostrum and the ACC as important areas where psychedelics might reshape brain function. By strengthening communication between these regions rather than weakening it, psychedelics could help support the lasting improvements seen in people who undergo psychedelic therapy for depression and anxiety.
Overall, the results suggest that psychedelics can quickly and persistently change how brain cells connect and adapt, which may explain their long term positive effects on mood and thinking.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Um,
go ahead.
Dustin Hines, who's a PhD, an associate professor of neuroscience at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, who was not involved in the study, spoke with Medical News Today about the study's findings. These findings really extend what we already know about about how psychedelics affect the brain by showing a concrete cellular mechanism for something we've mostly inferred from imaging studies, says Hines.
Hines noted that existing research points towards psychedelics being able to enhance communication between brain regions, and this study pinpoints the clustering.
Mm.
Yeah. Now, Rachel Hines, an assistant professor for neuroscience at the University of Las Vegas, Nevada, who was not involved in the study, also spoke with MNT about the study.
Rochelle Hines explained in more detail how the connection between the colostrum and the ACC plays a key role in how the brain manages attention, emotions, and self-awareness. The colostrum acts like a conductor, coordinating activity across the brain regions, while the ACC contributes to evaluating emotional salience and guiding adaptive behavior, she says.
Yeah, she goes on to say dysfunction in these circuits has been linked to depression and obsessive rumination. So, demonstrating that psychedelics can shift plasticity in this claustrocortical pathway offers a plausible substrate for their enduring antidepressant and anti-rigid thinking effects. Now, Hines did not note that there are, or did note that there are some potential downsides to the effects of psychedelics can have in these areas.
Excessive or poorly integrated connectivity, especially between sensory integration hubs like the clustrum and the emotional evaluators of the ACC, could contribute to overbinding of information, which may manifest as hallucinations, anxiety, or cognitive confusion. Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that's it.
I'm just scrolling down here. There's more. There's more. You gotta go keep going down.
According to the World Health Organization, more than 300 million people worldwide are estimated to experience depression, and a similar number of people are thought to live with anxiety, as people often experience such mental health conditions simultaneously, which is referred to as comorbidity, and many do not seek treatment. The real number is likely a lot higher.
Yeah. Until now, researchers' approach to treating anxiety and depression is largely focused on striking a delicate balance between chemical messengers in the brain. The plethora of medications prescribed, such as SSRIs, all work around that principle. Now, studies in hallucinogenic compounds, however, have shown that such drugs can help the neurons in the brain talk with each other via neurotransmitters or chemical messengers. This has led to the emergence of the network theory.
There really has been almost like a paradigm shift in the way we look at the pathophysiology of depression. It used to focus on chemical imbalance. Now it has shifted to look a little bit more as a disorder of synaptic plasticity, as well as neural interconnectivity. This is Adrian Ambrose, who is a psychiatrist. In the latest episode of our In Conversation podcast, we discussed the newest research into the neuroscience of anxiety and depression and how this may change the future of treatment with Dr. Ambrose, medical director of the Columbia Psychiatry Practice Office. Dr. Ambrose also specializes in interventional neurotherapeutic psychiatry, working with ketamine, ECT, and TMS in the treatment of resistant mood disorders.
Yeah. I'm just scrolling down. Okay. It is a long article. We're barely even halfway through it by the looks of this spot over there. So we'll just finish up here and we'll go on to the next story. But it says that this conversation starts with spotting the signs and symptoms of these conditions, and it talks of anxiety. It says that when anxious, I can feel like butterflies inside, and my hands are sweaty, and you can feel just feel very, I don't know, on edge. But then with panic attacks or anxiety, I get very hyper ventilated and struggle to breathe. Yeah. We'll put this up on our Facebook page if it's not already there, and that way people can finish it off because it's a long story, but there's lots of good news in there. Right?
Amazing.
All righty, break time, and it's time for us to hear from our sponsors. What do you think?
I think that sounds like a good idea.
All righty. We'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics Cannabis Education News. We're live here at paceradio.net, 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back. We're live, and we got some more psychedelic cannabis education news to bring you. Here we go. What do you say?
Here
Get
we-
right at it.
Coming
go.
to us from Cannabis Health, cannabis-based medicines and women's health, evidence and knowledge gaps.
In the face of long NHS waiting lines and the lack of options in mainstream healthcare, many women are turning to alternative treatments to manage menstrual-related symptoms. NHS gynecology waiting lists have more than doubled since 2020, with more than 750,000 women currently waiting for diagnosis and treatment.
Against this backdrop, medical cannabis clinics are reporting an increase in women looking for support with perimenopause and menopause symptoms, as well as gynecological conditions such as endometriosis and adenomyosis. Women are also significantly more likely to be impacted by anxiety, pain, and sleep deprivation, which are some of the most common indications for which cannabinoids are used. Alternative recently launched the first clinical service focusing specifically on women's health conditions. A poll of 500 NHS doctors conducted by the clinic found that 3/4 believe treatment options for women's health conditions such as endometriosis, PPMD, and menopause are too limited. Overall, 80% of GPs said they would be open to prescribing CBPMS for these conditions if they were part of the NHS toolkit.
Observational research shows that many women report significant benefits from these treatments, but there's still a lot we don't know about their effect and how they work in women specifically. There is a growing database of real-world evidence from around the globe reflecting the experiences of women using cannabis.
Yes. In a Canadian survey, over a third of women reported using cannabis to help them manage some of the common symptoms of menopause, including sleep, pain, and anxiety. While separate research from the Menopause Society indicated that women over 50 are the fastest growing group of cannabis consumers in the US. While research specifically into the benefits of cannabis for perimenopause and menopause is limited, there are promising findings in studies investigating the use of cannabis in pain-related symptoms and gynecological conditions like endometriosis.
Results from one of the first studies of its kind found that CBD suppositories significantly reduced the frequency and severity of menstrual-related symptoms, as well as the impact of symptoms on daily functioning and the need for other analgesics compared to those using traditional painkillers. A systematic review published in 2022 examined the results of several studies on adult women who use cannabinoids for gynecological pain conditions, including chronic pelvic pain. Oh, can't pronounce that one. Endometriosis and interstitial cystitis. They found that between 61 and 96% of the women reported pain relief. Cindy, would you like to try those words for me?
Vulvodynia, endometriosis, and intestinal cystitis.
There we go. Okay. Now
Best guess.
what's
in,
that?
I said that's best guess. The only one I know for sure is endometriosis.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
same here. Now,
Um,
in endometriosis patients based in Europe, cannabis was found to have a significant impact on well-being and quality of life, leading to substantial improvements in symptoms. Data from Australian researchers suggests that the majority of patients using cannabis to manage symptoms of endometriosis found it to be superior to pharmaceutical medications.
mm. The NHS is currently funding clinical trials into the effects of CBD and endometriosis, with researchers at the University of Edinburgh finding it is a promising therapeutic agent due to its analgesic, anti-inflammatory, immunomodulatory, and
Yeah.
anti-analgesic, anti-proliferative, and neuroprotective effects. Wow. But we also need more robust clinical trials, specifically focused on the impact of cannabinoids in women.
There is still a lot we don't know about the biological differences in how cannabis affects women. For example, some research has shown that female hormonal fluctuations may increase sensitivity to THC, but other studies found little difference in the effects of vaporized cannabis among men and women. Women remain underrepresented in clinical trials, and stigma and fear around consumption can prevent them from engaging in open dialogue with healthcare professionals.
Researchers in Australia found that over half of women using cannabis to manage symptoms of endometriosis were concerned about the negative impact of stigma associated with cannabis and how this might affect their day-to-day lives, with only a third telling their doctors about their consumption. Cannabis-based medicines show growing promise for managing symptoms and improving quality of life in women's health conditions, particularly where conventional options are limited.
But while real world evidence is compelling, rigorous female focused trials and open clinical dialogue are essential to ensure safe, informed, and equitable access to care. There you go.
Interesting.
Yes. Yeah, we always find something that's new or things that come up and stuff we may not normally see in mainstream media. And it's good to be able to get these studies and reports out to people. And talking about studies and reports, there we go. We got another one.
Got another one coming to us from News GP. DVA to fund psychedelic assisted psychotherapy.
Yes. Veterans can now access funding for psychedelic assisted psychotherapy treatments to address post traumatic stress and treatment depression. The federal government announced this week, just so you know, folks, this is Australia. Okay. It's not Canada or the US. This is Australia. These include medications with MDMA to treat veterans with PDS, as well as psilocybin to help patients with TRD, which authorized psychiatrists are able to prescribe under changes, but to put in place by the Therapeutic Goods Administration in 2023.
Yeah. The move, which was a world first, attracted both praise and controversy, with some questioning whether there was enough evidence around the efficacy and safety of the treatments. Dr. Karen Spielman, chair of the RACGP Specific Interest Psychology Medicine, has been closely following discussions around psychedelics for difficult to treat psychiatric conditions, particularly through her work with patients with eating disorders.
She believes GP's longitudinal understanding of patients will prove central for assessing their suitability, and sees an important role for GPs to work with psychiatrists to manage medication withdrawal. She also notes that treatments are targeted at patients who have not responded to previous interventions.
We were all aware that there's no one size fits all for psychiatric treatment. And it's really important that we are aware of the changing landscape. This is Dr. Spielman telling News GP. It's certainly worth considering because in a group of people that are hard to treat, it's offering hope.
Psychedelics provided quite a hopeful paradigm shift for treating complexity, whether it's treatment-resistant depression or PDS. Certainly for my patients, she says, it's been lovely to be able to talk, hopefully, about new treatments and see authorized prescribers who have experience and research being implemented locally.
The Department of Veterans Affairs, the DVA, says greater clinical scrutiny will be applied to any funding request due to the risks associated with emerging treatments, with no funding to be provided without prior approval from an authorized prescriber. The treatments are a fourth-line clinical option, with the DVA stating there needs to be evidence of multiple prior treatments of typical agents or therapies and how they have failed before they are considered.
Associate Professor Carolyn Johnson, who sits on the RACPG Expert Committee, Quality Care and its mental health working group, notes that with an emerging evidence base, the requirements seem sensible. She says that for GPS, it will mean knowing that an adequate trial of multiple, example, 2 according to the guidelines, other acceptable therapies for PDS and TRD look like, and then knowing where to find psychiatrists who are willing to treat eligible veterans, she told them.
Yeah. Ideally, these will be prescribers who are working in practices where ongoing rigorous research is conducted into both the benefits and harms of these emerging treatments. When the changes to the medicine scheduling took place in 2023, the TGA said its decision acknowledged the current lack of options for patients with specific treatment-resistant mental illnesses. Yeah.
It means that psilocybin and MDMA can be used therapeutically in a controlled medical setting, the regulatory stated. However, patients may be vulnerable during psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, requiring controls to protect these patients.
The DVA said the decision to fund treatment is a welcome move for veterans with ongoing symptoms. The approval of these treatments is encouraging news for the veteran community, particularly for those who have been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress injuries or depression and have persistent symptoms despite undergoing usual evidence-based treatments, it stated.
It said retrospective applications for funding will not be approved, and current serving Australian Defence Force members and veterans visiting or residing overseas are not eligible for the treatment. Yeah. So there you go.
It's a start. It's a really big, huge, massive start.
That's right. Exactly. And, like as it says, they're not waiting to the final yes or no through the research. They are moving on with things so that veterans can get this assistance or this help while the research continues.
Yes.
Right. So, I look at that as a good thing.
Yes.
There's lots of anecdotal evidence out there. They always wait till they get the science-based evidence, right?
Well, I mean, that's what they want. The scientists want what they want. The thing that I find frustrating with that is, you have to check all of these boxes. So you have to try this drug and you have to try this drug. And look, you got addicted in the middle of it. So that's the part that bothers me. Like, why can't we just do the medicine that is non-addictive and non-invasive and do all of this first?
Yeah. Yeah. And when cannabis became legal for medical patients, it was supposed to be the last resort.
Yeah.
Basically, that sounds similar to what they're talking about with the psychedelics and things. Okay. And to move on to the next story.
Here we go. Coming to us from StratCan, legal cannabis market drove over $6 billion in Canadian household spending in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, that would be 9 zeros after that 6. Just letting you know.
Yeah, that's right. Canadian households spent over $9 billion on cannabis in 2024. The majority coming from the legal market. Monthly retail sales of cannabis also reached a new high point in August, with basically $500 million. Now, the newest figures from Stats Canada show household spending on cannabis products from licensed producers, as I said, $6 billion in 2024. That's up from $5.8 billion the previous year.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Household spending on cannabis products, non-medical, recreational, from unlicensed sources accounted for another
Mhm.
2.654 billion that they know of in 2024, down a 2.811 billion in the previous year. In 2024, household spending on cannabis products also, for the first time, surpassed the highest recorded annual spending from non-licensed sources, which was 5.844 billion in 2014.
Household spending on cannabis products for medical use in Canada in 2024 was 453 million, up from the two previous years, but still down from its previous high of 603 million in 2019. Now, household spending on cannabis from licensed sources, non-medical, surpassed that spent on cannabis from unlicensed sources in 2020. Statistics Canada figures do not distinguish between licensed and unlicensed sources for medical cannabis household spending.
Monthly retail sales of cannabis also reached a new high point in August of this year, at 4.98.9 million, basically $500 million worth,
Yeah.
up just under 1% year over year from the previous high watermark of just slightly lower than that in August of 2024.
Yeah.
Statistics Canada rates its monthly figures as excellent, very good, good, and acceptable. Of the 32 months covered in this time period, the data for 29 were rated as excellent and 3 were rated as very good. These figures can be updated over time as new information comes in.
Looking at gross domestic product at basic prices for the cannabis industry at the provincial level, Ontario has the highest at $4.7 billion, followed by BC at 1.6 and Quebec at a distant third at 668 million. All provinces saw an increase in the cannabis industry's contribution to the provincial GDP, except Alberta, which saw a 16.7% year over year decline in 2024.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would still be
Decline.
curious what the per capita numbers are, because when legalization first hit, my tiny little province here, the second smallest in this country, we had the highest amount of sales according to per
Yeah.
capita. So if you divide how many people, and how much we spend, we person to person spent more than anybody else in the country.
Yeah, I remember there was a report on that quite a while ago. Whether there's
Yeah,
going to be a new report, we'll find out,
I'd be
right?
curious. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All righty. Last story of the day.
Yes. Coming to us from Observation Post. It's a review. In Waves and War shows promise of psychedelics to treat PTSD.
By the time the first quote from Homer's Odyssey fades from the screen, by now I am used to suffering. I have endured so much in waves and war. It is clear what kind of story In Waves and Wars wants to tell. The new documentary from directors John Schneck and Bonnie Cohen is not about the battles Navy SEALs fought overseas, but the ones they continue to face long after shooting stops. It's a film about endurance, recovery, and what happens when the toughest people in the world have to confront pain they can no longer muscle through.
Wow. Premiering at the 2024 Telluride Film Festival and available to stream on Monday on Netflix. So that's today. In Waves and War follows a group of SEAL veterans struggling with the lasting effects of war. The men in the film carry both visible wounds and invisible ones, and they speak openly about the cost of years spent in combat and separation from family. Rather than centering on the operations that made them legends, Shank and Cohen's cameras focus on what came afterwards: the sleepless nights, the fractured relationships, and the fight to feel whole again.
At the heart of the documentary is the question of whether psychedelic assisted therapy can help veterans reclaim their lives. The film explores experimental treatments, involves ibogaine and 5-MeO-DMT, two substances currently not approved for clinical use in the United States. The veterans travel to treatment centers in Mexico, where these psychedelics are administered under medical supervision. For many of the film's subjects, the treatment represents a last-ditch effort. After years of failed prescriptions and therapy, the results, at least on screen, are startling. What begins as a documentary about pain gradually becomes a story about possibility.
Oh my God, I'm going to go watch this when we're done.
Yeah.
The film features several central figures, each with a distinct journey. Marcus Capone, a former SEAL whose wife describes him as a monster after returning from multiple deployments, becomes one of the movement's leading advocates. Through his nonprofit, Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions, Capone helps others find the same lifeline he credits with saving his marriage and his life. DJ Shipley shares how the weight of 2 decades in the teams nearly destroyed the home he built with his wife Patsy, who herself lost her first husband Danny in Operation Red Wings in Afghanistan.
Matty Roberts, who suffered a devastating arm injury in combat, allows his treatment to be filmed in Mexico, offering viewers a rare look inside the process. These men's stories are represented without artifice. They speak directly to the camera, their words measured but unguarded. There is no dramatization of the battlefield and no replay of missions, only the lingering echo of what those years took from them.
What distinguishes In Waves and War from other post 9/11 veterans documentaries is its refusal to glamorize the military experience or pity those who served. Instead, it captures the reality of warriors learning to put down their armor. To visualize trauma and healing, Shank and Cohen incorporate animation sequences from London-based studio AKA. The style is fluid, shifting between images of helicopters, night vision raids, and faces dissolving into smoke or sand. These transitions mirror how memory works, especially for those processing trauma. One moment, the viewer is in a desert firefight, and the next, inside the mind of a man confronting his younger self. The effect is haunting, but it helps convey the internal experience of psychedelic therapy in a way words cannot.
While the film hints at the risk of psychedelic treatments, it largely stays focused on the positive outcomes. Viewers never see a failed session or a relapse, and some may question whether the film's optimism leaves out important context. But In Waves and War is not pretending to be a clinical study. It is a personal one. Its power lies in allowing veterans to speak for themselves about what worked when nothing else did. The emphasis is on hope, not science.
Wow. What keeps the film grounded is its honesty about how much healing still takes work. It sure does. Psychedelic therapy is not portrayed as a magic cure, but as a catalyst. The real effort begins afterwards when the participants return home and attempt to rebuild relationships and find purpose again. The film shows that facing trauma can be just as grueling as any deployment, but it is also an act of courage. The title, borrowed from ancient poetry, fits the storyline perfectly. In Waves and War captures how trauma recedes and returns like the tide, and how surviving it requires both endurance and surrender. For veterans who have spent their lives mastering control, surrender can be the hardest part. Shank and Cohen's film understands that, and it treats every subject with respect and restraint.
This is not a political documentary, nor does it wade into debates about drug policy. It focuses is more human. It asks, what happens when warriors who have done everything right still cannot find peace, and what they are willing to risk to get it. Whether psychedelic therapy becomes mainstream or remains controversial, the courage it takes for these veterans to seek help is undeniable.
In Waves and War stands alongside other post 9/11 works like Rest Repo or Of Men in War, but with a quieter tone. It's less about combat and more about the long, uneven path towards recovery. By the final frame, it leaves viewers not with a sense of despair, but with a flicker of hope. Healing, it suggests, might be possible even for those who thought they were beyond saving. For service members and veterans watching, that message may be the most important mission of all.
Ah, that sounds like quite the movie.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, I'm going to watch it today.
I'm gonna have to take a look at that.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll be talking to a couple of veterans tomorrow. I get a chance to watch that today. I'll
Yeah.
let them know all about it.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a good one. I've watched other documentaries about healing with, particularly with ibogaine or iboga and 5-MeO. Dosed One was one. The Psychedelic Frontier was another who focused on a veteran as well. So I'm really excited to sit back and watch this one. I'm curious to who the facilitators are, honestly, and if I know them.
Yeah.
So I'm, but just to watch another documentary that shows us how amazing these medicines can be and how they can help people find their healing is, yeah, I'm super excited to
Yeah,
watch
and
this.
and it mentions, the one fella allows the cameras to come in during the ceremony.
Yeah.
A lot of people, I'm sure, are questioning or wondering how does that happen? What happens, during that time, and this would give them a look at that.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. All right.
So
Anything
we'll
else?
tell you all about it on Thursday after we watch it today.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, anything else before we say goodbye?
Oh, I don't think so. Tomorrow, a Mushy Moment will not be on as it is Remembrance Day. I'm wearing my poppy. So what a great time for this movie to be released on Netflix the day before Remembrance Day.
Yes.
Yeah, so please take some time tomorrow to thank a veteran.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. All right, that's the news for today. We hope you found it educational and informative. Thanks to the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, addies.ca, and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And to you, our viewers for tuning into the live video or catching the podcast afterwards. We always appreciate you tuning into the show. And as always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
And here I am. Late. No, I'm on time. Just didn't know what button to push. So welcome everybody to Cannabis and Coffee with me. I have a guest with me today, but she's not on camera. I have a friend here visiting me. So we are gonna, get through the show. I'm also baking buns, so I might have to go shove them in the oven. A bun in the oven. Not here though. Absolutely fucking not. No buns in the oven here. I'll tell you, that was a fucking conundrum. But it's funny because I was going through my pictures the other day and found a picture of Neil Magnuson holding a little hemp seed. And little hemp seed is now 16 fucking years old. Ooh, that's great. Which way should we turn that? Maybe not at all. Maybe it's too close. I've moved my room around again. So yeah, the ring might not be ideal. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know what's going on this week in cannabis, but I guess we better check. I heard something about a great big bunch of busts going on out in the Tendanega territory. Like huge busts. Like, I don't know if the mainstream's picking it up or not. I know it's been in the Tendanega news. I can't say that properly. It's almost a disrespectful thing. And I'd also like to acknowledge that I live, love, and do everything on the Tanaha'akam lower band Tobacco Plains territory. Just saying. But yeah, a huge bust out there. I guess apparently some infiltration of some organized crime on the territory. Imagine that. Imagine that people that aren't supposed to be involved in the industry. Did they really think that that organized crime wasn't going to infiltrate somewhere? And if you think it's not probably infiltrated in the licensed production and legal end of things either, you're probably fucking wrong. Yeah, I said it. But yeah, I will go to my little share screen thing and we'll go through this because apparently it's a huge deal out there because there's like thousands and thousands of plants and thousands and nation busts. No, not Bitcoin. We don't want those. Are Bitcoin busts out there too? Cannabis busts. Okay, we'll just go here. Cannabis bust 75. No, that's the dark web stuff. We don't want dark web stuff. No, we want no. Oh, there's quite a few of them. International Cannabis Network. When was that? March. No, we want like. We'll go back and do it this way. I don't know how I fell on that. There's some music playing, but I don't. Okay, where we see what we got here now. Why can't I spell that? I need to know how to spell that. Because I'm a moron and I can't spell. Okay, so it's T. We'll look for it this way. Ah, here I am, like looking for stuff like just la 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 la. What? Not that probably anybody's fucking watching me, anyways. But anyways, that's not it. That's not it either. Why can't I find this? Nope, that's not it either. Why can't I find this? This is really starting to pick my ass. There's got to be a way to find it. Actually, I know exactly how to find it. I don't even know why I'm fucking Googling it. I know where to find it. I just got to go back over here. I don't know why you're in my inbox, dear. I don't talk to you, so you can fuck off. There we go. I can find it right here. Right here in here. All right. We will go right up in this and we will share this because this is fucking nasty. Like nasty business. Nasty fucking business, folks. Okay, so we will share this because this is the statement that we've got. We're going to share, present, share screen. We're going to go here. All right, so we're going to share this. Here we are. Now I got to add it to the screen. All right, so now that I found that what I've been looking for the last 10 minutes, or I guess 7 minutes, like a fucking moron. Okay, so here's the statement. I'll read it to you. It's Tenanga First Nations, which is rather disturbing, folks, because in reality, this is really disturbing. Ongoing investigation. After an extensive investigation, the Tenanga Police Service, in partnership with the Ontario Provincial Police Organized Crime Enforcement Bureau, will be executing a search warrant on the Tenanga Mohawk territory relating to illegal cannabis production. During this operation, there will be a significant police presence necessary to preserve public safety and apprehend those responsible. The public may encounter restricted areas of containment. Although every effort will be made to secure the affected area, there is potential for suspects to evade police. We request that members of the public do not approach these individuals and report to the police by calling 911. The investigation involves non-Indigenous criminal organizations exploiting Indigenous rights and lands. Regrettably aided by a limited number of community members, the projected profits, estimated in the millions, serve only to benefit those community members and the associated criminal organization, not our community. The Tenanga is not alone in this struggle, as numerous territories are plagued by the presence of criminal organizations. In response, many territories have put aside ideological differences, taking action to remove these criminal organizations and those jeopardize the safety and security of our communities. Further information will be provided as it becomes available. So the next one, no, that's the wrong screen. That's me showing Al something. Okay, so this is another statement by the Tenanga Police. This is last week. I don't know if there's a date on it. Thank you for your community for your continued patience while the investigation remains ongoing. The Tenanga Police Service would like to sincerely thank the Akwesasne Mohawk Police Service and Hiawatha First Nations Police Service in their assistance for keeping our communities safe. Tens of thousands of illegal cannabis plants have been seized, as well as handguns with high-capacity magazines. Investigators continue to dismantle the extensive illegal cannabis operation that have been taking place on our lands. These operations have had significant environmental impacts within Tenanga Mohawk territory. A quarry has been completely depleted, negatively affecting the water table in the area. The living conditions at these illegal cannabis production sites and the illegal dumping taking place has disrespected our lands. Additionally, non-community members have been identified and arrest warrants are being sought. A fulsome update will be provided when the investigation concludes. Sorry. And then the next picture I'm showing you is the extensive size of the illegal fucking grows that these people were growing. There are 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 large Kwanzats. You see that picture? Those are marijuana grows. Those are all illegal marijuana. They've taken down over 10,000 fucking plants, and this is all illegal. When we have a legal system going, but this is what's going on fucking First Nations land, because people are taking advantage of First Nations people and their land. So yeah, they're finding that there is more YT organized crime involved than anything, and it's making everybody look bad. Like, just saying, like, I mean, if you want to do this, and people and some of the First Nations want to do this properly. They are doing it. They're making their own rules. They're making their own regulations. They're allowing it to happen because the money then is going back to the band, and helping the community. And if they're growing, then they're doing it with blessings of their community. The ones that are doing this are not with blessings of their community, obviously, or they wouldn't have been reported and be taken down. Now, this is really sad for me. Like, and I'm not reporting or, saying much about this because I'm happy it's being done. I'm sad that it was being done wrong, so that there is now going to be no ability to continue doing it on that land in a proper way. Oh, sorry, Chelsea. I better move my camera. You're in the picture. Chelsea's here. Oh, that's okay. I thought you were sitting back before. Now you're sitting up. You're fine. I got you out of there. Not that she cares, she says. No. I worked with Chelsea at the bakery. We will not mention the name. And we've been friends ever since. And that was 3 years ago we met, because I got memories saying it was 3 years ago. Seems like it was longer.
2021.
Yeah, it's 2025. That's 4 years.
That's 4 years.
Oh, 4 years. Why is my memories on Facebook saying 3? I don't know.
Maybe
Why?
because that's when we became friends on Facebook.
No, it says my bakery. Well, I started working for Barb in 3 years ago. My Facebook memories.
So you didn't start, but I knew you before because of the pierogies. But you didn't start with us till the May that we moved into the new place, didn't you?
Yeah.
So that was May, April, end of April, May
Of 2021.
2022.
2022, so it was only 3
So it
years.
was only 3 years.
Yeah.
But you've been around longer.
Why is this keep bouncing back like that? Probably because my ass keeps bumping the keyboard. And it keeps bringing up them. Okay, what time is it? My kids should be getting ready to go to school. Yeah. I gave him till 12:20. It's now 12:13. So I best be busting his ass too. School. Hello. Oh my gosh. Not good. This kid is not good today. And I'm just about fed the fuck right up with it, because my gut's hurt and I don't know what's going on with my intestines, but it seems like they're twisting. And I don't know if it's the arthritis that's doing it, but it's right in here and it'll go, and it'll twist. And it's not like after I've eaten anything or drank anything, it's just twisting in my insides. And I'm thinking, is that the arthritis too? Is the cannabis not helping that? Because every time I cough, it hurts. And even like my neck, like if I, like when I couldn't even go, like yesterday, I couldn't lay down. I couldn't sit up. I couldn't move my neck. Like I still can't move my neck back and forth. I had to have Taven help me. I almost got fucking killed us going to A&W. Because I couldn't fucking see either way. Anyway, but yeah, and the cannabis doesn't seem to help until I ate a candy.
Oh, okay.
And then I had a chocolate, and everything loosened up, and I could actually start doing stuff. Believe it or not.
Taven messaged you back, by the way.
Yeah.
I saw him.
I'm not going. I'm still in the bathroom. He tells me I'm gonna fucking snap. In the bathroom.
Is that an excuse? Moose, be careful.
So what then? Nothing to not today, Satan? Like, well, not today, Satan? Like what? Like, I'm sick every fucking day too, but I get out of bed and do my thing. Speaking of which, it's only been 15 minutes. This bun should be okay before I have to put him back in the oven. But yeah, So never mind, we got, you know, these huge cannabis busts going on indigenous lands, right? Which makes it bad because that means that it's going to, you know, filter on. I know the BC government, when they put their cannabis act together, they made it so that the cannabis wasn't exempt on First Nations land. So some of the First Nations residents that have them aren't technically supposed to have them either. So they could go in and bust them. They did in the Okanagan. They went in and busted a bunch of them in Vernon and Kelowna and Peachland. All the indigenous bloom ones. It seems the ones that get too big and start franchising themselves are the ones that draw attention to themselves, and then they get nailed. And it's really sad because if anybody should be having the ability to have legacy plants on their land to grow and do with what they want, it's medicine, it should be them. And then use the money for their communities too. Like, it's no different than slot machines as far as I'm concerned. But a lot of them are also dry. Okay, they don't have any alcohol sales on them either, right? So again, you have to, you know, take into consideration their customs and their culture. And cannabis really isn't a part of their culture to begin with. You'd have to go back, sweetgrass, tobacco, right? But you don't hear a lot about cannabis prior to, I don't know. I'd have to do some more deep diving into that because I just don't know a lot of them that have ever said that cannabis was part of their medicine. Sweetgrass, tobacco, sage, a lot of anything that grows from North America, and cannabis is not indigenous to North America. Hemp is not indigenous to North America either. It was brought in from other countries after colonization started, or after, you know, first contact, whenever that might have been. It could have been in the 1400s. Just saying. So maybe cannabis at some point was introduced, but I'd have to check with an elder to actually know that. And speaking of that, tomorrow is first reconciliation, Truth and Reconciliation Day. September the 30th, it's Orange Shirt Day. And I have an orange shirt that I've been wearing for the same day, the same year for the last 10 years. Or has it been 8 years? Sorry. So that shirt that I've got is 8 years old, and I bought it from the Tanaha Nation here. So I know that it was bought in this proper spot, because I'm seeing on CBC that some of these shirts are being misappropriated, which, you know, when I see them at Walmart, I'm wondering, like, what in the fuck is Walmart doing with these shirts? It's kind of like when you see a bong and like in with the provincial like stores, like, you know, you go into the BCLC for cannabis. I don't. I go to the other stores and you see them with bongs. It's like you're misappropriating our culture. That's how it feels. Because, you know, there's lots of people that are misappropriating the cannabis culture too now. Just saying. A lot of pretendawanians. That's what we'll call them. Pretendawanians. A lot of them in the industry we don't use, we don't consume, but we'll sure sell it to you. I think that's a good name. Pretendawanians. Oh shit. I'll have to phone them back. You don't get paid tomorrow. It's the last payment. Yeah, I know. I'll phone you back. I'm busy. That's supposed to turn that off. It didn't. Ugh. Oh, it did. It registered and it said Doc braces. Last week was a bad week. Oh. Anyways, we'll take care of that tomorrow. No, it was unemployment. What happened was my unemployment usually came before all of them got paid, so it would have come last Tuesday. And then they didn't process my doctor's note. So the bills that I was catching, like that one and our insurance that would have been paid last week, because my check would have covered it, didn't get here. Oh. Because they fucked my shit up, so I don't get paid till tomorrow. So now I get paid after Alvin gets paid. So everything that I was catching before that was gonna go boing before, now is gonna boing anyway because they fucked my shit up. Yep. Thanks, unemployment. We love you. Actually, you know what? I'm thankful to have it, because at this point, like, I'm still waiting on CPP, which I have to call them to see if I'm even, like, if anything's happened. because I sent my paperwork in quite a bit later than my doctor did, which I'm just hoping they can match everything together and everything will be okay. But then again, who knows? Because my friend here has diabetes and can't work, and they denied her for CPP, or no, it was PWD, which is ridiculous. Like ridiculous. Like ridiculous. Can't even imagine. All they have to do is take a picture of me or a video of me and send it in, and they'll know that I need it because I'm fucking whacked. Well, not really. But yeah. So, on that note, we need to have like, a little more cannabis in our lives because that keeps us all stable, right? So in the interim, I actually did head out to Dirty Darts this last week and was able to get some RSO. So I was able to make some chocolates. So I can start refunding the CSP because we need to get some funds together and some donations so I can get back to my harm reduction. And so far I've got 6 candies put aside for them, and yeah, I need to sell the other 6. I think I got 6 left now. Or it was 5. Got to sell the other 5. And I want $10 a piece for them because they're 150 milligrams a piece. So buy them so I can get some money, so I can get some more marijuana for the club. It's not for me, it's for them. I'd like to also thank my sponsor, which is Canadian Lumber. We love you. Oh, and Zero High, but I haven't heard from him for a while either. I better get a hold of him because I have some patients that need some of that stuff again. Let's see here. What else has been going on? Not much. Just trying to get by. My arthritis has been kicking me in the ass, and I really believe it's actually has a lot to do with the humidity. So when the humidity is really like all buggered back and forth, my body is all like, "Wah." And now it's gone into my neck. Yeah, that was super special. And nothing really helped actually until honestly, I had one of my candies or one of those chocolates. And then it took about an hour. And then it was like, oh, wow. Like, and even this morning, like I was kind of like functioning low. And then all of a sudden I ate a chocolate probably about 45 minutes ago. And I'm just kind of starting to feel it kind of go, yeah. So it does take a bit of time if you eat edibles, right? For it to actually absorb into your system and actually start feeling anything. And I don't feel high. My pain's just at a dull, dull, dull ache. Lola, you're ridiculous. You should see my dogs. Poor Chelsea's like being like mauled to death by chihuahuas. She's loving every minute of it. Like, don't get me wrong, she's not over there complaining. But those dogs are like,
They wish I had 3 hands.
they wish you had 8 hands because there's probably 8 of them over there.
Plus Breezy.
Yeah, and then there's Breezy panting and whining. But what about me? Because his attention is either me rolling a joint, and then that means it's time to go out, or something having to do with me doing something, and then he's got to go out. It all aids to attention, right? So yeah, we're either as soon as he hears me click this or roll, yeah, it's time to go out. Oh, did I tell everybody too? I found some BC Bud Depot seeds. Now these things, I am like, I don't even know. I want to plant them, but then part of me wants to like put them in my shrine because Derek's gone, right? And I've only got one path left. But I guess I could sneak a couple seeds out and then put it back together. But it's still sealed. I mean, maybe it has been opened once. Maybe it has been opened. If it's been opened, then I guess I can open it and try and germinate these puppies. Oh, it has been opened. Okay. Maybe it's had some seeds taken out of it already. It has 2, 4, 5. Oh no, 6. No, it hasn't because there was always 6 seeds. Those 2 are together. It almost looks like they've, I don't know. I don't know if they germinate or not. It almost looks like they might have already gotten wet. That's not good. One looks like it might be viable, maybe 2 of them. Okay, so I'm going to take these 2 seeds out. Mark the date. 2 beans. 2 beans of BC Bud Depot beans. And the rest of this is going to be put in a shrine. Because like I said, the founders from these, one of them's gone. The company was sold. There was a big announcement. They won a lot of cannabis cups with their strains, including mine. And that was the catalyst. And even my Kootenai Cannabis Cup was mentioned in their press release about the sale of them going public and becoming a stockhold company. Now, I don't know what happened after that. I know Matt, I think, left the country, from what I was told. And then Derek stayed here, and the company went on to do whatever it did. And then Derek passed away a couple years ago. And I was sad to hear that. I got pictures of me and him at our first Kootenai Cup because they came out because they were a huge sponsor. Both years they sponsored the cup, sent me money and made sure that I had everything that I needed for my swag bags. They were a great sponsor, and I miss doing that stuff. I miss having the Kootenai Cup. I miss having the camaraderie. I miss having all the patients that are growing that want to show off their product, and that's what it was all about. It was getting patients together, not anybody else. It was for the patients, right? It was for people that grew cannabis for medical purposes so they could show off their, because we're still, like, even though it's medicine, we're still really proud of our plants and really proud of the buds that we grow and really proud of the end product, right? So it was a time for us to be able to do that. There was never any more than an ounce needed to compete. You only had to send in an ounce, which was 28 grams, which gave me the ability to fill out 28 bags. And that was 28 bags that I could sell, and that's about the amount that you need to have a nice cup. I mean, we got lucky the first year and ended up with quite a bit more sponsorship, and he needs to go outside, of course. I'll text you. But again, like, it was just, it was so fun, right? And it was the best time. And then, of course, COVID kind of stopped us. And it just kind of sucked. And that was the end of it. And then legalization came, and it was super hard because of the no advertising laws, no sponsorship laws. None of the retailers can advertise or give away anything. All their outdated product is supposed to go in the garbage. They're not supposed to do any draws, anything fun, anything in a parade, like anything that we did, because, like, I mean, I had my car first cannabis related anything in the it was Sam Steele days still back then in this town. And I had my car all done up, and we had Cannabis Rights Coalition on the back, and we had the little, like, green puffs, so it looked like it was green, but it wasn't marijuana leaves, right? We referencing cannabis with the green. And it was the 150th anniversary of Canada. So you had to have something about the 150th anniversary of Canada. So we had Canadian flags and that kind of stuff on the car too. And everybody was wearing lab coats, and we handed out Cannabis Rights Coalition pamphlets because we could help you get to a doctor. If you wanted to get an exemption, we had a doctor and a clinic that you could get to, and for no charge, right? And that was the whole point. There were so many doctors out there back in, when we first got going, they were charging ridiculous amounts of money, like $5,000 for a prescription. Like, I'd never been, even when and here's the thing, like, I had to fly to Ontario to get my signature, and I still had to pay the doctor $100 cash under the table for that prescription. I did. But the cost of that to get there, to go see a doctor in Ontario from Alberta, flights and hotels and Airbnbs and fuel for a car so I could be driven there and meals. Like, yeah, it was fucking expensive. And anyways, on that note, it is break time. So we can thank our sponsors and pay our bills. So I'd like to also, repeat that I'd like to thank Limestone Hydroponics and Campbellford Lifestyle Shop and Easy right? So thank us and thank them, and we'll be right back after a quick commercial break. About, I don't know, 3 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, I'm back. And I just had to put my buns in. My buns are now in the oven, which is great because, you know, I couldn't bake much when I was a kid, and then I learned baking a little better when I worked at that fucking bakery, actually. Must say I can bake
You
bread
learned a
now.
lot from me when it comes to
Yeah,
bread.
I did. It was Chelsea that trained me. And it was, you know, and yeah, it was, I learned a lot. I don't regret working there, right? I mean, even the pierogies and all the things that we did and all that helped. I don't regret working there. I regret the fact that I'm not even going to say it because I can't say it nicely. Just not going to say anything at all. We'll just not say anything at all. I loved working there. It was great. That's the end of that. But yeah, I learned a lot there. But you know, there's many things that you do at jobs that you have to just kind of, you know, struggle through, and we struggled through. Let's put it that way. We struggled through, and then we didn't. We did until we just didn't. And that's how it goes, right? But again, like, you know, it was good because I mean, if I needed, that's one thing with that job. I mean, she knew about my cannabis consumption. She knew that I used it as medicine. And if I needed to go outside and use my vape pen, there was never an issue. That's one thing I will say about her. But I didn't. I didn't very often. She'd actually, at some points, ask me, like when I was in pain and stuff, she'd say, "Do you need to go outside?" And I'd go, "No, no." But I mean, I'd smoke and have like 3 puffs on my cigarette and put it out and go back into the kitchen because I always felt like I was under pressure. Like, don't even take the time to even like smoke. Like, just buckle down for the whole time you're there, head down and just go, right? And I'm kind of like that. Like, I mean, I'm pretty high, you know, high energy, but some days you have to like just say no. But now I don't smoke. Well, I do, but this And it's way, yeah, I would have smoked that right in there. I wouldn't have gone anywhere. I would have just baked. I did at Woodland. I did, and they didn't give a shit. And I knew they saw me on. There was cameras. There was nothing they didn't see when I was working. I even popped this in there. They didn't say anything because they knew, like it was like they knew I was in pain. I'd come in there with my fucking heating pad and set it all up and fucking have my heating pad on my shoulder because my shoulder was burning so fucking bad, and I would be puffing this in the corner. Not when there was customers in the store. Like there was times when there was no customers in the store, and I always had that little. If you remember, you'd come in the store and you would have smelled this.
Yep.
I wasn't spraying it because I wanted the store to smell nice. The secret you find out after people fucking quit their jobs. Right?
Yep.
But they knew because, like I said, there was cameras in every fucking angle of that store. I couldn't have wiped my ass without them knowing. In fact, they did know because I'd have to leave the front of the store, run to the bathroom real quick, hope to God nobody came in the store because I was by myself, pee faster than a fucking anybody is possibly able to, and run back to the cash till. Not kidding you, working by myself. How I quit smoking because I couldn't go outside for a cigarette. It was near impossible. Okay, so again, last week we were talking about the fact that Health Canada is actually looking up research for psilocybin. And there's all kinds of information on Health Canada's website about the research and what they're doing towards working towards psilocybin. And maybe possibly making it available for medical use. And if you have the need for psilocybin for medical use and a doctor that'll sign a Section 56, kind of like they did with cannabis way back in the 90s, like the late 90s, before we actually went to court and fought to get the program that we've had that have been crap anyway. But again, we still had some protection, some exemption, which meant that we weren't going to get, piled up by the law, but that didn't cover everything either. Ask me. And you can mail it now, so you're fucking welcome. But you can't mail anything right now because apparently the post office is on strike again. And for all those people that, use mail for your cannabis consumption, that might be a conundrum because there are a lot of online businesses that still work, and there's still a lot of at-home businesses, and with Canada Post being on strike, that also fucks patients. People that live in rural areas of Canada that don't have access to stores. So as much as I love to be on the side of the workers, which I am, because some of them are cannabis consumers too, this is really a conundrum too, because how do you support something that is going to harm people? And I'm sure they're not going to deliver the cannabis to these people. I know they're going to deliver checks. I know they're going to deliver essentials. Pharmaceuticals, does cannabis fall under that? And that's a question I'd like to ask Canada Post. Like, what about patients that are needing their cannabis delivered to them through the mail? I mean, you have an option, at least I used to with Broken Coast, you could go per liter. But again, is that, or, like, what's the, and it's a conundrum, especially when it's done with absolutely no notice. What about the patients that have stuff in the mail already that was mailed that day? Do they have to reorder and then have to pay twice? Because they still need that medicine that's in the mail, no matter whether you think they do or not. And that's the thing, like the stigma that's around cannabis when it's been used for a medicine for centuries is really bothersome, that people would think that that's not an essential thing, right? Like medicine, like your pharmaceuticals, like when you say, sorry, you can't take your insulin today, what then?
You're gonna die.
Right? But if you tell somebody not to take their cannabis today, it's okay. You'll live. Because you will. But insulin, you die. But if you think about it as medicine, it's the same thing. It's maybe not the same prescription for the same affliction, but it's still medication. So for all those people out there that, say, well, you smoke too much or you eat too much, or you don't have the right to judge people's level of dosage. You don't have the right to judge people's level of pain. I love how people look at me with my little handicap sticker and, want to scrutinize how I walk into the mall. I don't need my cane all the time, but it's sitting right there. I don't need my walker all the time, but it's out there. You see, my brother's trying to sell my dad's other walker. Oh, fuck. I love how shit goes on behind my back. Anyway, it's medicine. And for a lot of people, that's all they use. Oh, we lost the sun again. I don't know why it's doing that. Did it get unplugged? Oh, what the actual fuck is going on here? Oh, there we go. I guess it needed to shine right in my face for it to work. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, it's on a timer. Well, I don't want it on the timer. There. Then the sun shouldn't go. I love that light. It's a sunshine lamp. It actually gets me up and gets me going. This one's not, it's the same, but it's not. But that is actually a sunshine lamp. And I absolutely love that thing. And it's because my room's dark and my room doesn't necessarily, it is, even if I didn't have the blanket hanging over the window because it's underneath the solarium, this room's never been very bright. So, and never mind, it got fucking, yeah. Anyways, I like it. It helps me be happy. And then that's why I've got grow lights in the kitchen too. It helps me grow. But it also, when I'm out there, it also gives me some sunshine and some, some spectrum, which I need to order, I think, some new ones because those ones are probably getting a little old and probably don't have the same effect anymore as they used to. And that's the thing with LED lights. I mean, they do, eventually, run out. Like, an LED TV, they hour out, right? So you're not going to get the same effect of the red spectrum and the blue and all the different spectrums that you need, like your, yeah, UVA, your UVB, all that, all those spectrums. And the plants need, like when they're in flower, a lot of red UVB spec or UVA spectrum, right? The red spectrum. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so I think I'll plant these seeds today. We'll put them in something. I have rockwool, I have dirt, and I have paper towel. And all three of them have been duds for me the last fucking 3 times I have tried fucking growing anything. And I've wasted a lot of seeds because nothing wants to germinate for me. And I don't know why. I don't know why. The same Al goes, well, let's put it in dirt. That's what I do. So I, dug up my dirt and I planted like Al did and nothing. Paper towel, watching like a hawk, nothing. Rockwool, nothing. I even have some seed sprouter stuff that I thought maybe germinating thing, nothing. So I don't know, maybe I'll stick these in Remo's roots and gel them up and crack them up and I don't know. And I could get clones, I guess, somewhere. Last time I got clones, I wasn't a fan of the strain. Oh, I got a tent downstairs and a light. You know what? I got nothing going on in my living room but a big dog. Because I don't want to put it in the basement. And I hate going down there. It's dirty and gross. I guess I could put it upstairs. That's where we had it before. That's where Mark had him. Upstairs in that little room. Yeah. Maybe that's my afternoon project after I pull them buns out of the oven. We'll put that tent together. Shake it all up. See if that light works. And really, like, seriously do this because I'm done. I'm done not having decent weed. I'm done not having fucking something growing. Because seriously, doesn't matter where I get it. Res, store, straight up. And I don't think I'm oversaturated. I don't think I'm that chronic that I can't get, any relief anymore. I think the product has just gone straight down the toilet. I don't know what else to say. Looks great, smells great, nice and dense, buds are great. But here's a little test. Actually, I found. Oh yeah, I have a test. Let's take a fucking peek. Where is it? I just seen it. Right there. Haha. Okay, so we'll give this bud a little look. See if it's got any crystal on it. Remember this? Does anybody remember these? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to turn this off so I can actually see something because we need it to be a little darker. Turn that off. And I'm going to turn this on. And we'll see what the crystal looks like in this bitch. If there's any at all. Are you kidding me? None. I'm not fucking kidding. There is not a fucking trichrome. Well, maybe a few, but not very many. Actually, I'm going to change the battery because I happen to have a new battery. But I ain't seeing shit. And this is a fairly old. Oh shit, the double A's or triple A's. Where do I have AAA batteries? Maybe it's not the battery. Maybe it's dirty. I don't want to like say that I'm not seeing anything, and it's because this thing is no good. But it's not looking good. Never thought about doing this before. And I just found this thing the other day. Yeah, kind of interesting. Alexa, stop. Oh, there is some in here. Okay. Now I'm seeing some crystal. The odd one here and there. They're clear. But they're not like, it's not frosty covered by any stretch. I wish I could show you. I mean, that looks really good, but if you put it under the microscope, I'm telling you, there ain't a lot of trichomes on this bud. Okay, let's check this one out. See what it looks like. I don't see much on the outside either from the naked. I ain't seeing much on this one either. And that one came from the legacy market. So we have 2 jars of shaken and bounced fucking weed. Hang on, I'm gonna have to see what's going on here. All right, the catastrophe was him having a purse fall on the floor. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So I have 2 jars here of garbage because there's no trichomes on it. So when they say there's 38% THC and there's all these things, okay, this is the keef that's coming off those plants and off those buds, right? And to be fair, I mean, you know, you get a fair bit in this part, but in reality, we're just gonna, because I mean, I've, you know, plowed through, well, since I cleaned this, probably, I don't know, half an ounce pot. I'd say at least half an ounce a pot. So this should be rather caked. It's not. It's not. I love outing this shit. I love fucking calling a fucking spade when it's crap, it's crap. And then this should be fucking full. And it's barely fucking got anything. But this is what they go for, right? So this is the reason why you got no fucking of this on your weed. Because they're bouncing the fucking shit out of it before they fucking bag it. So they can collect as much of this off of it as they possibly can. So they can make hash and make all the edibles. Because where do you think? Because every lick of that fucking weed that they grow has to be fucking under a certain amount. So they can only grow a certain amount. If they're making just edibles, then they can only grow the weed for the edibles. If they're, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm just fucking saying, like, the product eradication, I don't know what the fuck they're doing to it. But I'm telling you, folks, the weed I used to smoke 20 years ago, 25 years ago, was hands down 100% better than what I'm smoking now. And they say, oh, it's gotten better. Oh, it's gotten stronger. No, it hasn't. It's gotten eradicated and less effective and crappier. It might look better. Your tests might say it's got some ridiculous amount of THC in it. I'm calling bullshit. I'm old school. I don't need a fucking microscope fucking to, you know, with a fucking great big fucking whatever on it to tell me. I got eyes. And me smoking it and not getting any effect from it. What's that? My imagination? I just feel like I'm flushing money down the toilet. Like, I might as well fucking be smoking the grass clippings outside because I bought this Friday. Full gram. It's almost gone. If this was good, as good as it was, and I've got friends that will attest to this, we used to smoke it off a fucking glass blade. We'd heat the blade up with a fucking torch and we'd smoke. We'd get a little vial, 1 gram vial. Yeah. And we couldn't even fucking take 2 tokes of that. We'd be fucking annihilated. Like, I'm not kidding you. I used to get 9-ounce glass baby bottles in the late 80s of honey oil, 1 blast, and you'd be fucking this ain't honey oil. This, and I bought it because it was 1969? Oh, this is general admission. And this is tiger's blood. And I bought this thinking, yeah, tiger's blood's usually pretty good. Is that the thing with these young punks? They think they're fucking, that they think that they can be high school high. And then what about us that have smoked weed better than fucking you before you were born? That's what I gotta say. What about us that, brought you into this fucking whole cannabis world? And now you can't even grow weed that fucking has anything that's good enough for us to smoke. It's shameful. And I don't want your botanical terpenes. I don't want them. I want to smoke honey oil. I want to take one good blast off of this and have a nap. Just saying. Anyways, we got about 5 minutes left of the show. But I blew it on for an hour. I can't believe I do that every week. Yeah, I can. I can fucking talk to myself for hours. And buy myself flowers. Write my name in the sand. I guess we'd like to, shout outs to Canadian Lumber, who's my sponsor for the Canadian Cranbrook Substitution Program. I'd also like to shout out to my partner behind the scenes, Jessica, who once again has stepped up and sent over a bunch of cereal and a bunch of bagged soups and a bunch of stuff to get me, off the ground again, because we're needing to get off the ground again. A big shout out to Dirty Darts for their help in helping me and turning everything that I had into some RSO so I could make some chocolates to turn that into some cash so I could go back out there and make some, more RSO. So right now I've got about 6 candies set aside. That's not even enough because that little batch of chocolate was only a little bit because I only had 2 grams of RSO. So I need RSO. I need everything. I need socks, toques, mitts, whatever you got for autumn winter camping for people that are living outside. Thermoses, hot mugs, hot chocolate, dry soups, anything like that. Shake so I can bake and make butter. Cash is always good too. You can send that to tamarali9@hotmail.com. And other than that, that's my my big goal right now is to try and get that up and revive because me not working really put a clench into the finances of that because I was able to also have outdated chips and stuff that I got from work that would also go very far with that, as well as I had a tin that sat out. And, I'd make like $10 or $15 a week just in change to be able to like put towards the other donations that were coming in. And I don't know what happened, but everybody just kind of got no donations coming in anymore. I don't know what happened, but we still are out there, and I've been able to help people that like not as many, but as many as I could help, I have. And I've got some that come right to my fucking door. Just saying. And they're not all houseless. Because you know what? Low income people that are medical with need help too. Anyways, on that note, we are going to end the show with a la 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 la. We are out of here till Wednesday night. Well, I will be on with Al for people advocating cannabis education, paceradio.net. And of course, you can watch this live again on paceradio.net anytime. Not that you wanna. And we're also available on YouTube. So if you're watching this on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button. And I'll be back on Wednesday with Al. So tune in on Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for paceradio.net or Pace Radio Show and on paceradio.net. And again, thanks to our sponsors who are Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone Hydroponics in Kingston, Ontario, and EZ, which are a whole line of all kinds of mushrooms. And not all of them, I'm not even sure you can get magic ones there. I'm just saying you can get all kinds of different ones because mushrooms have different benefits of all kinds, lion manes and all kinds of different things. As well as Steve has a show on our network as well. So check him out. And I guess I'll be back next Monday. And whether you like it or not, I keep coming back. I keep trying to think how many years has this been. And I think it's been 10. I keep seeing memories, but every time I think it's 7, then I see one for 8. Then I see one for 9. I don't know. I've been in this house 11 years, and I can't remember if we started this before I moved here. I can't remember. Anyways, folks, you have a great week, and we'll see you next week. See ya then.
Mom,
Bye.
here's your reminder.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment with myself and my awesome co-host, Reverend Cindy. We're live today on Tuesday, December 3rd. Holy crap, the countdown's coming. Hope all you got your Christmas shoplifting done. We're here on 2024 on paceradio.net, and we stream everywhere. How you doing? You got all your Christmas shopping done?
No. How about you?
Oh, not at all. Gee,
Have you started?
Did Canada Post send you your advent calendars?
You want to know what's really bad? Is they got in one day. And they got in I can't remember what day the Canada Post strike started. Was it a Thursday or something? So Wednesday, I got the notification that there was a card left there for me. And before I could make it down there to get them, they went on strike. Yeah.
Well, we'll leave that conversation alone. Yeah, it just cost me triple the price to send a bunch of stuff out for people. It was kind of annoying.
Unbelievable. Yeah, what it's done. I've got a couple of advent calendars, and actually one of the companies that I ordered from was really amazing. Angel, buy the jump-ins. She knows that we're live, so she's being bad. And they called and they said, hey, due to the strike, this isn't going to make it to you. So we're going to put something out. We're going to call it back, and we're just going to send you a new one via courier. What's your home address? Nice. So yeah, that was pretty awesome. So I'll have one gift and my dad's advent calendar and mine, which is, of course, mine's full of weed, sitting in the post office until they decide they're coming back to work.
Well, you'll probably have a great gift for New Year's. Oh, I don't know if you can hear. Chica's sitting in the front window there, and apparently, if anybody goes walking by, she's going to talk to them. So you may hear a little bit of yiping and yapping, and you know.
It's all good. It's all good. Chica's a sweetheart. So today we have a pretty cool guest, actually. When I read his bio, Steve just looked at me and he goes, "So you're telling me that we've got a guest that just kicks ass then?" And I'm like, yeah, we get a kick-ass guest today. This gentleman has, grown up helping his grandparents, served in the armed forces in the United States, ended up with an injury and survived surgeries, fought addiction, found his way out and found his way to healing. And now he works hard to help others be able to find the same healing. It's pretty awesome. And when we were talking before the show, I found out that his ancestors actually came to the Americas via Nova Scotia. So some of his distant relatives are my dear friends here in Nova Scotia, which was kind of neat.
And he's got that awesome accent that sometimes we get to see on TV every once in a while when we're like Canadians up here in the Great White North, eh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So we would like to welcome Tony Landry to the show. Welcome, Tony.
Hey, welcome, Cindy and Steve. Pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
Yeah. The backstage talk before the show was pretty awesome. I enjoyed it. And I told you what I was going to ask first. And people usually know what one of us pops out and asks. We are a psychedelic show, and I do like to know how people come to have that love and respect for this psychedelic medicine as Steve and I have. So what brought you to psychedelics, Tony?
Yeah, the plant medicine, I first heard about it when I moved to Tucson. I didn't even, in Louisiana, didn't really ever really do any mushrooms or anything, although they grow in all the cow pastures down here in the summertime, but I just never partook in them. When I moved out to Tucson, I went to the 2019 psychedelic conference, and I learned about ayahuasca, ibogaine, bufo, psilocybin mushrooms, and how they were having a miraculous, profound effect on healing people from mental health issues like addiction, depression, and anxiety. So I left the conference and found out they had a ayahuasca church located in Tucson. And I went and had my first ayahuasca ceremony at the church, and let me tell you, I was a believer after that. I was struggling with alcohol every day. First thing on my mind was, when can I drink today? And the ayahuasca just turned that off like a key. Somebody put a key in my brain the next morning. And I didn't drink again for like 3 years. So it really had a profound effect. I had a divorce from my wife and went through some depression and moved back to Louisiana, and alcohol is so socially accepted down here with our, festival attitude, atmosphere, and so it wasn't hard not to fall back into my old patterns. So, but since then I went back to Tucson, had some more ayahuasca, and I think you have to get a little tune up every so often. You can't, do it one time and it's over with. So,
Yeah, it's not a magic bullet. None of these medicines are.
No.
Yeah.
You have to do the integration work after you do the ceremony that talking with your community members in that group,
Yeah.
Sharing.
What was your pathway prior to finding that? Give us some of the history that made you seek it.
The ayahuasca.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I stumbled across it learning about ayahuasca because of my advocacy in medical cannabis. I had some injuries getting out of service and had a couple back surgeries and went through all the opiate, building tolerance to the opiates, and they wasn't working anymore. Finally give up on that, and then I started drinking and to soothe the discomfort from my back, my pain. And one day I tried CBD oil, and really it took about a couple weeks, Steve, for it really think my endocannabinoid system was just so run down. It took a little bit to tank it off. But once it did, I noticed I wasn't taking BC powders anymore. And because I was taking that, I got off the opiates by using those, and those things will mess up your stomach after a while, you know, if you take them 2 or 3 a day. So when I got on the CBD, after a while, I'd wash my clothes and I'd find them in the laundry, the aspirin. I was like, wow, what's this stuff really helping? I'm not taking these aspirin all the time. And so I started the group, Louisiana Veterans for Medical Cannabis, and got some rallies at the Capitol. I think we've had at least 4 rallies on opening day of the legislative session. But back then, I had an opportunity to move to Tucson. So back in 2018, we got a chronic pain bill and a PTSD bill added to our medical cannabis program. So after that, the program really took off and got started. Before that, since 2015, we had the legislation in place, and then it's supposed to be prescribed. The original legislation said the doctor could prescribe it, so they had to come back the next year and change to recommend. It's just one thing after another. But it took till 2019 before they actually have product down here on the shelf through the dispensaries. But so right in 2018, when after the session happened, I was like, well, I got an opportunity to move to Arizona, and they have a medical cannabis program in Arizona. So I think it was just part of my journey that I needed to go over there and learn about ayahuasca and the psilocybin mushrooms and how they can help people.
Yeah. Yeah, they really can.
Yeah.
I like to call it hurt healers helping hurt healers heal. It's this group of people that were hurt that are starting to heal, and then they find other people that were hurt that are starting to heal, and then they exchange the tools they found. And all of a sudden, you got this community of people that are walking a wave of healing, and that community just grows bigger and bigger. And it's such a beautiful thing. Wow, I love that, that you're actually a pretty loud advocate on it and creating groups to make those type of things happen. That's beautiful.
When you went down to Arizona, you became part of NORML, correct?
Yes. Michael Robinette was created Southern Arizona NORML in Tucson. Phoenix had a chapter of NORML that did a lot of work over there in Phoenix, but he and I lived in Tucson. So he said, well, Tony, you want to, because when I got to Arizona, I went straight to the Capitol and started working down there. But I was known for my work in Louisiana by, the advocates in NORML from Phoenix. So, and then Mike was involved with them. So when he wanted to start the Tucson chapter, I said, let's do it. So we had several meetings, and then there's Tucson Psychedelic Society that we had several meetings there, and then they would bring in speakers like psilocybin, or plant medicine speakers and ayahuasca, and people would come to the state, the county legislative office. I can't speak. The county administration, they'd let us use their building, and that's where I that's where I learned how to grow mushrooms, because there was a group there that we grew oyster mushrooms, and it got me to start this group in Louisiana, the Swamp Spore Society. So now we grow an oyster mushrooms at the library here in Lafayette, Louisiana. And if somebody wants to, once they get the knowledge, they can grow whatever mushroom they want, once they learn to grow it.
Yep.
Lion's mane. Going with lion's mane.
I think it's amazing that you're doing this, not just with gourmet mushrooms, as you call them, but the psilocybin mushrooms. I think it's amazing that you're down at your local library teaching people how to grow magic mushrooms. Like the teenager in me is going, yeah, that's amazing.
Well, now I will bring, we grow in oysters at the library because anyway, Louisiana has a special law that allows for us to grow psilocybe mushroom, but I don't want to bring them to the library because everybody hears mushroom, automatically they think it's poison or something like that. They don't know anything about it. So I figure, well, once everybody learns how to grow the oysters, then they can go home and do what they want, because you can get the spores in 48 states down here, including Louisiana. And then we've got the law I carry our law around with me. It's Louisiana.
Nice.
Carried in this is my little mushroom Bible. Got all my recipes for my grain jars and the substrate, everything like that. I carry that with me in my, when I go teach them at the Swamps Board. And I said, well, look, got a clause in here that says we can grow psilocybe mushrooms in Louisiana. But I said, what's going to get you hemmed up is if you go and put them in some chocolate boards and go try and, distribute them and stuff. But I said, as long as they're dried mushrooms in a glass jar, you can harvest it. The law allows you to plant, harvest, everything. So, because we got ayahuasca on that list, it's 38 plants, hallucinogenic plants, ayahuasca we can actually grow in Louisiana. And yes, it's too many plants to list, but most of them are found in flower beds and little, gardens and stuff in front of people's houses. And they don't even know they're hallucinogenic, but they are.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can grow the vines that they use to create ayahuasca in your state.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's on that list. Like I said, it's like 40 plants, 38, 39 or 40.
Wow.
And one of the plants is the Mimosa hostilis tree, which grows wild down here. They got one in the backyard right here at a neighbor's house. They got a big old mimosa tree. And you can take the pink flowers off the mimosa tree and collect them and put them in a jar with some Everclear in it, some alcohol, and put it up in the cabinet for 30 days. And it's a nice, relaxing tincture. And the root bark of that tree, you can extract through with naphtha and some chemical process. I don't know the recipe, but it's on YouTube. You can pull it up on YouTube and order the root bark. The indigenous tribes use it to dye clothes. It's got red color to it. But you do use extraction on the tabletop, and you got DMT. So I mean, there's a lot of medicine that you need the knowledge. You need to educate the public about how to use these plants instead of making them illegal. Then they don't know nothing about it. How to take the setting and everything. When you use them, you should be in certain set, and you're not upset about that. You should have set intentions that you want to work on this problem. So you're already building that highway around the trauma before you go in, and then when you go in, you have the neurogenesis and all the stuff happening with the medicine, and then the integration afterward. We need a whole system of people trained in all that, so that people have somewhere to go and use the medicine.
And the integration after.
And
that's
the
one of the things that Cindy and I are.
It's actually easier to get integration coaches than it is to get facilitators, at least here in Canada. I've got 2 websites that, your dog whined and I looked at mine. I was given a second one today, but I've got 2 websites that have a list of, integration coaches or specialists that are coast to coast here in Canada. And there's a lot of them. I'm just sending out letters to all of them so I can get them in a Rolodex and, for my own practice. But try to find a ayahuasca facilitator or an iboga facilitator or a 5-MeO facilitator. Unless you're in the community, which is still less than 3% of the population, there's nobody. People the only reason people know what I'm doing is because I'm being loud on social media. I've shared my certificates and what I've learned and what I do, and I am open to taking clients through that, advertising, for lack of a better word. But, unless you're friends with me, you don't see that. And that's the same way with a lot of other facilitators. The walls are up all the way around it because of legalities, for one, social stigma for another. Because even when, and I use the word when because I truly believe it's going to happen in both of our countries, when United States federally decriminalizes or reschedules cannabis, and when both countries legalize, decriminalize, or rescheduleize psilocybin, the stigma is still going to be there. We're still going to have to fight, that crazy stoner, or look at that old, screwed up hippie, all stoned on mushrooms, blah, 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 blah. So that stigma is still there for us to fight. And we can't do that unless we take down those walls. And we need people like the three of us to help do that. And then I think more people are going to come along. More people are going to learn, and more people are going to have reverence, and more people are going to understand set and setting. And they're going to take that ceremony and that reverence that they're learning through these beautiful medicines, and they're going to take it and they're going to put it into their own life. So when they sit, you know, and I think this is where prayer over our meal comes from. They're going to say thank you for their food, you know, because that isn't a ceremony in and of itself. When you're sitting there eating good, healthy food, we should give a thanks. I mean, my ancestors, being Cree, used to throw tobacco down every time they received something amazing, a good meal. Thank you, ancestors. And I think getting back into the reverence is very important for us all.
Yeah, that's a beautiful
Little
story.
speak, I apologize.
No, that's good. I agree 100%. You know, the ancestors had a lot of answers to our problems today, and they're not, you know, the drug war is not saving lives. I mean, more and more people.
No, the drugs are winning.
Yeah, yeah. So we need to pull back these ancestral practices of using plant medicine to deal with this mental health issue.
I have to agree, because it's been magic. It's been magic for myself, and you know, my history was a lot of medications, which medications, they don't lie. Medications are made to medicate. They're not called healications. They're called medications. And, you know, in the history of my study, most medications up until, you know, the last 15 years, most medications were found in a plant. The active ingredient that was creating the healing was extracted. Then the molecular structure was put together, and they would synthesize something, create a pill. And now that plant doesn't want to be, you know, we don't want to promote that plant because we can patent and sell this pill. And most people don't even realize that, you know, at one point there's over 85 medications that were in North America on the marketplace that were all a synthesized version of something in a plant. And if you've been using the cannabis oil and in that world, then you've probably come to realize, you know, that pure CBD is a great medication and pure THC is a great medication, but the whole plant oil, that's a great healing oil.
Yeah, I agree. You know, some of these, what a lot of people smoke today is like this distillate vape pen, and they're missing all of the minor cannabinoids. It's just a stripped out version of THC. They just don't know what they're doing, but it's just so convenient. They, you know.
And they've been programmed. That's a great program. They managed to make the program of cannabis 90% in the conscious about smoking, when really, you know, battling cancer, you want to be ingesting that stuff. You want to be using a suppository. You want to get that whole oil into your system and get it rocking.
Well, yeah.
But it's all about, oh no, smoke, yeah, oh, smoking. It's like, oh, you still managed to make the conscious focused on the worst way of consuming it for health.
Yes, I agree. And like even like vaping the like organic, living soil grown, sun grown cannabis flower, dry vaping it, and then using that vape material in your edibles. I mean, that's the way cannabis made to be consumed. But nobody knows about full spectrum cannabis and all the, you know, different cannabinoids. They just don't know. I guess part of the stigma Cindy was talking about is just, so there's a lot of educating.
Yeah, like the government up here, the government is the one that, I mean, they're all about vaping, and then they brought up vape pens in the legal stores. And it's a way, like Steve said, it's a way to medicate. It's not a way to heal, it's a way to medicate. And that keeps customers.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
They keep coming back. Instead of, instead of only using small doses to maintain or putting it on the shelf for a while, they keep coming back because all it does is band-aid symptoms.
Yeah. Just the THC, they just fill in the high part of cannabis, but cannabis, all the other cannabinoids, all keep our endocannabinoid system in balance and everything. Yep. We have receptors all over our body that THC maybe not doesn't go to, but the CBD, all the different cannabinoids go to. So,
Between each of them, that's one of the things we're getting lots of info since, in Canada it's been federally legal for a while.
yeah.
We get a lot of the research done, and one of the big things that they are saying is that every organ in the body, including the skin, has a cannabinoid receptor, and they're now finding that most of them actually have two, but the regulation between how they work is a little different. Some require more of the CBD, some require more of the THC to activate. But when battling something like a heart cancer, you want as much in activating everyone you can. You want them all activated. You want the body in healing homeostasis, and then you want to give it something in the gut that unlocks the keys to heal. I'm gonna go have a McDonald's Big Mac and a shake. Sorry, that's not opening the healing keys.
No, absolutely no sugar.
Yep.
Wow. So with with where you are currently now, you've done the ayahuasca. Where are we at time wise? Maybe
we could go anytime if you want to take a break before that question. Up to you.
Let's take the break now, and then we'll come back, because it'll probably take us through another area.
Okay. Do you want to do your
It's break time. Time to check out our sponsors and pay some bills. You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment on paceradio.net, streaming everywhere. We'll be right back.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment, streaming live to you here at paceradio.net and everywhere. We're here with Tony Landry.
Howdy.
Welcome back.
I was going to ask a question before the break, and I decided to wait till after the break.
And now you can't remember the question?
No, I actually do. Isn't that amazing? you had your journey through trauma, etc., into the cannabis end. From the cannabis, did you find mushrooms first or ayahuasca first?
Ayahuasca first.
And then from the Aya, what happened and transpired to where you are now?
The ayahuasca caused me to give up the urge for alcohol for 3 whole years while I lived in Arizona. And then the mushrooms came through one of the groups. Somebody in the group, we had a mushroom growing group that grew oysters and all. May have been one of the guys that was at one of those meetings there that grew psilocybin mushrooms, and so I bought some. But here in Louisiana, they're illegal to consume. So we just grow an oyster mushrooms. Just we don't want to. Well, I mean, we can grow the psilocybin. It's legal to grow them, but you can make necklaces with them and headbands,
but you can't eat them.
Yeah, you can't eat them. If you die of alcoholism, can't eat them. You just grow them for decorative, aesthetic purposes. So
wow.
Now make sure everybody knows that. Just make sure that they're growing them for decorative purposes. I mean.
Yep.
Yes, because it's all within the legal realm of the wording.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. By law, it's an expensive list. I mean, the plants are I mean, I swear there's like 39 plants.
Now, what is it? You brought this out. You showed this to us earlier. This is, explain what this is again.
It's the Louisiana RS Revised Statute 4989.1. You go to Louisiana Legislative website, you look up this law, and then in that law they give you some penalties at the beginning, but it has the words exceptions. Penalties for manufacturing or making tea or chocolates or whatever. There's some serious crime, $50,000 fines, and very serious 5 years in jail. So, but then at the end it says, the provisions of this section shall not apply to the possession, planting, cultivation, growing, or harvesting of hallucinogenic plants strictly for aesthetic, landscaping, or decorative purposes. So there's a clause in there that allows you to grow the plants, all of them. Ayahuasca's on.
So there was a brilliant ancestor that got together with a couple other brilliant ancestors and made sure that piece of paperwork was put in place.
I'm not sure how it transpired. You can find on my YouTube channel the guy, the legislator that is the Department of Agriculture, Commissioner of Agriculture. When he was a legislator, he made this law because some child had ate some angel's trumpet and thought his arm was a po' boy and tried to eat his arm and jumped off a roof or something. So he come out with this law and said, well, we're going to make it sure that these plants are available in nurseries, because some of them are ornamental plants that you find in flower beds all over Louisiana. So just people don't know that they have hallucinogenic properties. But anyway, when I got back from Arizona after all the psychedelic conference and I created Decriminalized Nature Tucson and learned a lot about plant medicine, I said, well, what does Louisiana have for a law? So I looked up Louisiana, Googled, their law, and this is what they have. So I'm working within the boundaries of our law and telling people, yeah, it's legal to grow psilocybe mushrooms, but they're only for decorative purposes.
Yeah.
But I do work at the Capitol to try and get the legislators to understand that these medicines were available to our ancestors, and they can help us today, and that we should be able to grow cannabis and mushrooms in our home. If you can have a company and make $1 million off of it, and you say it's medical for that, then we should be able to do it in the comfort of our home. If we want to sell it and get a business in that, go get the license. But if we want to use it in our house, hey.
For personal use, we should be able to. Everywhere in the world should be able to grow these plants. There are still countries in the world that have death penalty if you're caught with cannabis.
Yeah.
Caught with a joint of cannabis, and you can be put to death in some countries. It's just mind blowing, right? And and you know, what gets me is like the government, speaking of your government, our government caught on to this and they're trying to keep control of the monopoly, you know, making a ton of money off cannabis because it can double as a recreational component as well. The same as magic mushrooms or LSD or MDMA or MDA, wonderful medicines, can do a lot of help to help people heal with the right set and setting, but you can also put recreational intentions into all of those medicines and have a good time with your friends. Like, oh, I'm going to go take this gram of mushrooms and have a good laugh with my friends. You know, there's two medicines in that: the fact that the magic mushrooms are going to be there to help you, and laughter with your friends, right? Like, you know, so the governments, if they get on board and take monopoly of that recreational side, they can make money and do a lot of funding, you know, and it would be nice to see all of the governments of the world get on board with that and, you know.
But use the money that's coming in for promoting the medical end that is completely lacking. Because that's what happened up here. Recreational became legal, but they set limits on things. So if you want, you know, proper Rick Simpson oil, or no, I shouldn't call it that, proper FECO, full extract cannabis oil at the proper strengths, it's not available from the legal sources. So if you actually medicinally need this stuff, it's not available. But nobody supports any of the medical because they go, what are you talking about? I can go buy weed right over there. Yes, but I can't buy the 50 milligram gummy. I can't get the oil that's, you know, 88 to 92% that I need to fight these diseases.
Yeah, it's a shame. You know,
it is.
It
is. But I'm still very happy and lucky to be here in Canada. Our laws are, you know, at least it's legal and we're not killing anybody for it.
And it's a good starting place. And if you get busted with the illegal stuff, it's only a matter of time till it hits Supreme Court. And, you know, sorry, logistics says if that's legal, this is silly to not be legal. You know, it just needs to hit the right places with the right people with the right amount of money behind it, really.
Yeah, it will.
That's like them, the DEA just wanting to Schedule 3. Now, that's not going to change really anything because you get caught with a Schedule 3 pharmaceutical and that's serious felony charges and that. So moving it to Schedule 3 is not going to really help. It needs to be on Schedule 5 or something like that. And then the FDA is fast track psilocybin for research for mental health. So that's on stage 3, I think, right now. So it's coming up in a year or two. We'll be able to get psilocybin from a medical doctor. So
that's amazing.
We need to. That's why we need to build the infrastructure now of the healthcare, train the facilitators and you know, nurse practitioners, whoever that's going to be facilitating these events. You know, the therapy, because you know, like ketamine, they do ketamine infusion, but you just sit in a chair and the guy's sitting there looking at his phone while you're getting the ketamine, and you go home. You don't follow up or nothing. You know, might help. You know what I've seen it help stage 4 depression and that. Get my wife at it. She was in bad shape and she come out of the ketamine, went on the computer, looked up for a job, and got a job. You know, teaching job.
Yeah,
she was suffering from a depressive episode, and it was after the conference that I learned about ketamine.
No, they're doing a lot of testing with it up here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, up here, our ketamine facilities, though, they if you're going to go in for ketamine treatment, they insist on having talk therapy, usually through them and one of their therapists as well. So you don't just get infused and sent home here. Thankfully, you get talk therapy before, during if you need it, and after as well.
Yeah. Well, that's like the ayahuasca. You had a special diet, and then you prep. You know, your mind ready before, and then they have an integration circle where you can talk about your experience, and hearing other people's experience really help. I've sat through some of those meetings where people would tell you how they were suffering from bad depression. It felt like they just opened their chest and that little depressive guy left, and just some amazing stories of the health benefits. But keeping it illegal just keeps it in the underground, and not a lot of people find out, or not a lot of people want to go do that. So we need to.
It's pretty tough. It's a tough awakening. They really people have to be already knowledgeable and seeking generally to find it. That's what I'm noticing. With you, was your first experience with mushrooms a big experience, or was it a microdosing type experience?
It was about 3.5 grams or something. I never did much more than when I lived in Arizona.
Well, that's generally a pretty big experience.
Yeah, it's a pretty full dose.
Yeah, it was after the ayahuasca, so it was just a interesting experience.
Now I'm going to ask a strange question. I was in Mexico. I did 5 rounds of ayahuasca in a jungle there, and I did a little touring around. But what I found was when I got back, and I've also found it with when I do 5-MeO or Bufo, that the mushrooms help me integrate the data better in my brain.
Yeah,
I'll do a mushroom journey, and all of the questioning data I had that was, I was having problems sorting, the mushrooms seemed to sort it out and place it into the proper places, and all of the data finds its place. Do you find that type of thing? Did you find the mushrooms kind of helped you integrate from your Aya experience?
Yeah, I think each plant has something different to offer. I've heard the plants speak to you. The first time I heard that at a Tucson psychedelic meeting, I was like, "What?" But no, I think the mushrooms they speak to me too. You have like one of the strains is called Golden Teacher because the mushroom teaches you.
Yes, that's actually my favorite strain, and that's generally what we use all through our microdosing products as well.
Yeah,
it's a very healing strain. Some people want to just go for journeys, so there's penis envy available and whatnot.
Yeah.
But ourselves with our stuff and my own personal, that's my favorite. I love the language. That's what Cindy and I've discussed that even within the mushrooms, they each have their own language.
Yes.
So it's a similar conversation, but some of them are yelling at you, some of them are whispering, some of them are pointing over here, some of them are pointing right there.
Yeah.
They all speak a little different.
Oh, absolutely. The ayahuasca made me feel first time I had an out of body experience, but I was actually like able to look at myself and say, "Man, what are you doing? You need to stop all that drinking and all that." So I think they that was ayahuasca telling me that.
Yeah, I had a pretty Aya spoke pretty loud to me. One of the first things she said was she told me I was a puny little arrogant human, and then I learned I was a puny little arrogant human. Yeah, that medicine spoke loud. I hear that iboga does the same kind of aspect. It speaks fairly loud to you and gives you that vision of you being able to see the avatar and going, boy, I need to help that person.
Oh yeah. The last time I went, I quit smoking cannabis before I went, and I think it was my best experience ever because I went at least 30 days without smoking cannabis. But it was like I saw the Matrix movie with the ones and the zeros. I actually saw some of that on the beams of this wonderful organization, Aya Guide, AYAGUIDE Guide.com. I think they're out of Tucson, but they have the Ikara music and everything in this beautiful yurt that's 30 miles out in the southern desert, south of Tucson. So I went to dozens of ceremonies with them, but they're wonderful people. And so if rather than people trying to go out of country or something that live in the United States, I would recommend them. But yeah, the last time it was definitely an intense experience, but it did help me pull right out of the drinking urge again. I mean, I I really think our bodies needs, like at least once a year maybe or something, have a good psychedelic experience, and it kind of keeps us in tune.
Yeah, I find it not only does a reset on the brain, but when the reset on the brain happens, it helps set the DNA's desires. Because sometimes the desires, for me, it's sugar, 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 sugar. And you have those journeys, and all of a sudden, those little things go away, and you make that level of healing that when you go to introduce it again, the body goes, "Hey, I don't like that. I don't like that." It kind of resets the DNA as well as the brain, and it's like, oh, each one is another level of being a little healthier.
Yeah, I think I heard a guy explain it in Phoenix. He was like, well, when we're born, all our synapses are firing off good, connecting. Every time you get in trauma, they kind of pull back. So the plant medicine kind of gets that going again. It starts letting everything communicate. So
Yeah. Mushrooms are extremely good for that.
Yeah.
And not just the psilocybin mushrooms. There are plenty of mushrooms, gourmet mushrooms, as you call them. I call them over-the-counter mushrooms, right? That are that are just amazing.
Magic.
Well, yes, in our group, we can grow lion's mane mushrooms. I mean, those things are amazingly healthy. Building the myelin sheath, and so they all work together. All these plants work together.
Okay, so you've discovered mushrooms, and now from discovering them to where you are now, take us through that bit of the journey.
Discovered mushrooms are upset. When I got back to Louisiana, I was like, well, what can we do here? So I found this law, said, oh, you can grow psilocybe mushrooms. So, and like I said, I'll go to the library and do it. And anybody, when they find out you grow mushrooms, they want you to grow them for them. Nah, man, I teach you how to grow mushroom. You want to know? So I went to the library and reserved some, till we do like one meeting in the beginning of the month. And then 2 weeks later, do another. Well, first meeting we inoculate a jar of grain, and then the next one they bring it back and we have a bag of substrate. We mix it in there, and then they take it home, and it's oyster mushrooms. They grow, but through that process they learn the transfer of the mycelium, from the spore syringe to the grain jar, and they learn all that. And once you get that knowledge, and you can do it well. So the Swamp Spore Society, we just, like I said, we grow oyster mushrooms. So, but down here, the minute they hear mushrooms, they want to lock you up.
That's why you got to get more people growing oysters and turkey tail. And turkey tail's a great cancer fighter. The lion's mane, great for the brain. There's published studies showing it heals brain tissue, nerve endings, telomeres on the ends of nerves. Like anybody that's trauma-based, stroke-based, anything to do with the brain aspect should have that within their diet anyway.
Yes, yeah, and if they know how to grow it at home, it's even that much easier, but it's just a threat of contamination. They don't know, the process, but it's not hard to learn. And I'm not a mycologist by any means. I just learned at a building in Tucson, and I came back and I'm teaching people here so that they can learn. And I love hearing when I teach somebody, oh, I taught my cousin how to grow, or somebody, I'm like, good. So we set off these little ripples, in society when you do things, and it carries on to people you don't ever even hear who they are. But by to teach them how to grow the oysters, somebody might actually grow some psilocybe mushrooms and get the treatment they need. But before that, they didn't even know where to start, so.
And I knew nothing about mushrooms before my healing journey, other than, my brother used to go, he used to talk about, oh, I go and I pick pines and chanterelles, and oh, they're really good for you. But to me at that time, it was blah, blah, blah. Then I start my healing path, and it's like, oh no, turkey tail activates this in the gut. Chaga activates this. Lion's mane activates this. You combine all these mushrooms and this healing power of what happens within the gut that helps the brain. And it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, my mind was blown, because I've grown up where it's like, the talk was, oh, those are slimy. Oh, those are yucky. Oh, they taste gross. I never tried them. I didn't know. I grew up so I never tried them. You know,
Yeah.
I've had fresh lion's mane now. You do a little marination, throw it on the barbecue and cook that up and slap that in a burger and bun just like a burger. I don't do the beef thing, but that just replaces the beef for me and it's awesome.
Yeah, it
You
is.
know, and healing at the same time.
Yeah. It's and then much cheaper growing it. We went to actually a friend of mine, I taught how to grow. She initially got me involved in advocating. She invited me to the Capitol before I started my group, Louisiana Veterans for Medical Cannabis. And so I said, well, let me teach you how to grow mushrooms. So I said, go to Whole Foods, get some mushroom, lion's mane. We brought it and put it in a steel air box and then took some of the lion's mane, put it on an agar plate, and then transferred it to some grain, and then put the grain in some wood pellets that they use in your fire pit, and then grew like a lump of lion's mane that big. But it's for 8 ounces of lion's mane, fresh lion's mane at Whole Foods. It's like $10 or something. It's like that's just a half a pound.
Yeah.
So I mean, I grew like two pounds of it. So I'd have had $32 of mushrooms just that one little jar of grains, and so it's a lot cheaper to grow it.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's brilliant. I love that you're actually teaching people to do that. That's beautiful.
Thank you, Steve.
Because it is an art. I'm in a few groups where people grow, and a lot of people think they're going to step right in and grow themselves some beautiful mushrooms, and it is an art. You have to be clean in a lot of respects. You've got to be careful in a lot of respects. The air influences what happens. There is a learning process, but at the same time, hey, some of them grow in turds.
Yeah, we making these all-in-one grow bags at Mushroom Farmers, where you have your grain, hydrated, sterilized grain in here, and then you have cocoa coir, and you just put you spray it with alcohol. Just go right in there with a clean syringe with your liquid culture, and the mushrooms grow right inside there. You never even really open the bag until they're coming up. So it's all sterilized. So I say it's so easy, even a caveman can do it. So, I mean, you don't even have to know how to do mushroom, just know how to stick the bag and you got mushrooms.
Wow.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, they sell them right here near me. I actually got the guy to start, encourage him to start making them. He's got a mushroom business, and kind of coordinated with me with the Swamp Sports Society. I said, look, we need, I said, local grain and substrate, and said, if you can make these grow bags. I said, that'd make it easy. Everybody can grow with it. And I talked to him today. He said people were requesting it, so.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So what else have you shook up down in the Louisiana area? What else you've got rattled and shaken in the cages?
Well, I have a Heroes Rally for home grow. I got my permit for Veterans Park in Louisiana. I don't know if you can read that, Steve, but you have to apply to the Louisiana State Capitol. So back in September, on September 11th, I sent them a application, and they came back and said we could reserve Veterans Park and the Capitol steps for our rally, which we've done the last 4 years. We've done rallies over there. We get the lobby tables in the Capitol and talk to the legislators about plant medicine and cannabis. And so we had a home grow rally last year, but this year I said, well, everybody's about the heroes all the time. Oh, the heroes, yeah, the vets. Well, hey, if y'all want the vets y'all want to help the heroes, then let us grow cannabis in our house. If you're selling it for medical, then that means it's medical for us in our house, and we can grow it. It's so expensive. It's like $60 an eighth over here in Louisiana. So the people can't afford it. Can't just certain people can, but they can't, like you were saying earlier, the ones with cancer that need the full FICO, they can't afford it. We should have, no, we don't even have FICO here. We had it in Arizona, but not in Louisiana.
Wow. Yeah, wow. That's why things have to change, because, truly that is the most healing of the oils. And the more type of strains you can grow to integrate and make that oil fuller spectrum,
Yes.
the more healing it is. So, you know, when you're limiting, boy, you're helping people die, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we should have, you know, it's going to be great if they get it rescheduled here on the federal level where, like death doulas and that, they can go in with a big syringe of full spectrum and give them some dose of mushrooms too. I mean, it helps end the life anxiety. I mean, there's all kind of benefits.
It's changed people so that they actually ended up living because they did those death doula doses.
Yes, yes.
Well, there was a lady here in Canada. They did a documentary on her, Dosed 2. I'm not sure if you got in to watch that yet, Steve, but it, you know, it's these two young fellas out in Vancouver made two different documentaries, and the second one was about this lady who was facing end of death cancer, you know, stage 4. You know, she had less than a year. Her and her family were devastated, so they followed her. My friend Gareth was in the documentary. He was making high-end fico oil for her, and then other mushroom specialists, you know, sat with her with mushrooms, and she did high-dose mushrooms. And her family ended up doing them as well at one point in time to help her accept and become at ease, so she could enjoy the rest of her life, no matter if it was a month or 10 years. You know, and they got her eating whole foods, good foods, taking the fico oil on the mushrooms, and her cancer is now in remission.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
What was the name of the documentary? It's on YouTube?
Yeah, well, yes, you can find it on YouTube. It's called Dosed, D-O-S-E-D. There are two movies. There's the first one follows a young lady who suffers with heroin addiction. And they follow her through her trials with some of these other medicines. She works with psilocybin, and eventually lands with iboga, which is truly what helps her heal. She's also outside the movie. The movie was about that. She's also outside the movie. Again, I've ended up friends with this beautiful young lady. She works with 5-MeO as well. But she's still, this was, Dosed was almost 10 years ago, 6 years ago. And she's still sober to this day. She got sober from heroin using mushrooms and iboga.
That's wonderful.
So then they did Dose 2, which is the one following the cancer.
Yes.
There's a part 2. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find it and watch it because when I have a YouTube subscription, so I don't have to forward commercials. So when I'm driving, sometime I'll put it down and listen.
Yeah. If you can't find them, reach out. I will see if I can find some links for you.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
We're
almost to that time, Steve.
Hey, did we make any banners?
No, I don't think we have any banners, but we could ask Tony where, if somebody wanted to reach out to you, where would they do it?
They can follow the Swamp Sports Society or Louisiana Veterans for Medical Cannabis, and yeah, that's my two social media outlets. But we have Facebook events for the Swamp Sports Society, so they can just search mushrooms and or hallucinogenic.
So is it Louisiana Swamp Sports Society? I should probably have in there.
No, it's Louisiana Veterans for Medical Cannabis on Facebook. And then
I'm trying to make the banner up here. Louisiana Veterans
Medical Cannabis. And my second group, Steve, when the one I teach people how to grow mushrooms, I created was Swamp, just Swamp, not just Swamp Spore Society.
Yeah,
okay.
That's it.
Let me do this one.
There you go.
Yes. And it's Swamp Spore Society, that's correct?
Yeah, the next one's Swamp Spore Society on Facebook.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's on Facebook as well. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me go edit.
And all of the links are actually in the ad and on the write-up for this video. So if you are curious about any of them, you can go to the ad in the rooms, or you can go to the explanation on this video, because Tony provided us with the links to just click. So those are both in the ad and on the explanation for the video, so you can get them that way very easily.
Any last words before I do the "Hey, it's that time again" thing?
Well, I'd just like to encourage anyone listening out there that if there's some kind of legislation going through the House or Senate or Parliament or what, just send an email if you can. Just, that one email with your story, your life story about how and you don't have to say you took the mushrooms in Louisiana or so. Just say I took them one time, and leave the location out. You want to protect yourself. So just and let them know your story, because that means so much to the legislators hearing from their constituents. So try and help out.
Well, thank you for coming on. I'm pretty darn sure we're probably going to have you again. But it is that time. So thanks for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my awesome co-host, Rev Cindy, myself, and our awesome guest, Tony Landry. We're proud to be coming to you live from paceradio.net. We'll see you next week. Much love.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
And so this medicine came on like a bloody freight train, just as if it was racing down a hill. And it was almost as if somebody had opened a lid and a whole bunch of chaotic things all came flying out. So I just felt like this, an onslaught of stuff coming at me. And it was terrifying. It was really, ultimately, and this is a central thing with psychedelics, of course, is it was really about, being hit really hard with the invocation to die, ego-wise, right? And that was, suddenly too much for me, like, holy mackerel. So then I went, oh yeah, so Alan said you could go over there. So I was so overwhelmed and shaky that I couldn't even walk. So I literally crawled. I was on the opposite side of the yurt, and I literally crawled across the yurt and tapped him on the foot, because as I said, he was lying down. And I said, yeah, I'm having a little trouble. You said, you come over for some help. He said, yeah, sure, lie down on the mattress. And he sang an ikaro and shook the shikapa around my head and neck and so on. And at the end, he sat me up And he said, when you have that kind of experience, it's just your ego hanging on, and you just need to trust the experience. And I still didn't feel any different. I still felt really shaky and kind of scared. So, he left me. I looked back at my spot across the room, realized I still wasn't capable of walking, crawled back across the floor. I got about 6 feet away from my mattress, and in totally suddenly, like in no time or in a nanosecond, I got taken over by a large cat, like a jaguar or something like that. It just entered my body. It became me, or I became it, or something like that. And in no time, I went from being this shaky, scared kind of, kid or whatever, to suddenly feeling completely confident, completely graceful, and delighted, actually. And it was such a palpable experience for me that my buddy who had come with me and who was lying down with his eyes closed, lying down on the next mattress, sat up like this and went, "What?" Because he thought it was a black big cat coming toward him, right? Um, and so it only lasted for, I don't know, a minute or something while this cat took me to my mattress, and then it dumped me off and left me. But it left me in a state of complete bliss and joy for the whole rest of the evening. So there's my first ayahuasca story there.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for him.
Yes, it is. It is time for hemp, and I want to thank you for tuning in to the big broadcast today. I hope you hit the like and subscribe button below, and absolutely, positively share us with your friends. Don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, we want you to hit your pipes, your bongs, your vaporizers, and what? Yeah, baby. Take time for hemp. Today, I'm going to be introducing one of my friends that I made at the Texas Hemp Stock. I can certainly tell you that was quite an interesting event all the way around. I made some amazing contacts there at the Texas Hemp Stock, and I'm certainly going to be part of it again next year. And on the broadcast today, we have my two joint hosts here on the big broadcast. Let's bring on first my joint buddy up in Canada, Al Graham. Al, how are you doing up there today?
Hey, we're doing good. And yourself, Casper, down there in the southern end.
Well, any day I'm above ground taking time for hemp is a good day for me.
That's
now
right.
You're doing new broadcasting there on your network. Anything groovy that you want to share with our audience today?
Yes, we got psychedelic broadcasting as well as cannabis broadcasting. We've got news, we've got patient stories, and we got all kinds of information.
Well, and how do people find you when they want to check out your content?
You can find the Pace Network at paceradio.net.
That is awesome. And please, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and squirrels, make it a point to go to Al's website and check out his content, because there's a lot of brilliant guests and a lot of amazing hosts on there. And I can certainly tell you, anytime you take time for Pace, you are enjoying a great world of cannabis. And speaking of the great world of cannabis, my other joint host, Al Byrne, wrote about the amazing world of cannabis in this groovy little book, right, Al?
Yeah, it's a big book. It's 360 pages long, and it's full of stories. It's basically a 40-year history of cannabis in the United States that spread to Europe, and who did it and how and when, and the obstruction. There's a lot of obstruction in this book of the U.S. federal government in reaching where we are today, where we have certainly the vast majority of U.S. states and all the territories and the District of Columbia have some sort of cannabis law that is positive, either recreational or therapeutic.
And where can they get it?
Anyway, it's online, Amazon, Apple Books, Barnes and Noble Books, Thrift Books. It's a book like Casper showed you. I like books. I like to hold something. But it's an ebook. You can get an ebook for same thing, same deal, for under $10. So the idea is to make it available. It's informative. It's a great ebook to send to your doctor, your nurse. I know they overcharge you already, but give them another $10 worth of it, and maybe the price will go down. I don't know. Anyway, we have a guest from Texas.
We do. I don't know if he's from Texas per se. I met him in Texas. We'll find
All
out
right.
more
Well,
about that.
see, I'll shut up. And so what I'll do then is I will pass back to Casper, who will introduce our guest.
In our joint conversation here on the Big Joint broadcast, we are going to be having a joint chat with our joint guest, Sheba Tom. Thank you for being on the show today, Sheba Tom.
Hey, good to be here.
Hey, welcome.
It rocked hanging out with you down in Texas there at the Texas Hemp Stock. You are a refreshing personality. You're full of a lot of vigor, and you're full of a lot of charisma. And I can certainly tell you've got an amazing product. Now, before we get to the Sheba Pet, what brought you first into the cannabis movement?
Oh, man, probably my mother, when I was about age 12, introduced me to cannabis as a medicinal benefit for my early development, and have been a recreational or medical user pretty much my whole life.
And to be publicly out speaking about it can sometimes make you feel like you got a bullseye on your back. How often do you attend these amazing big rallies now?
I'm new, I wouldn't call myself an activist. I'm not there yet. Sheba Pet is a product company. We launched last year after about a year of planning. I can get into the background and talk all about it for weeks on end here, but.
Well, I can tell you it was really and to have the name Sheba Pet, you were lucky to be able to score that. I can certainly tell you.
Yeah, Chiba has been a common slang term for marijuana for decades. It's the older generation gets it, the younger generation may not. And then the Chia Pet, if everybody remembers the Chia Pet, those little cute animals that you add water to and you grow little plants at home. So the Chiba Pet's a bit of a play on words with grow at home cannabis planter kits.
Well, I can tell you, you can market tennis shoes under the name Sheba Pet. It's such a clever name. And again, you were lucky to be able to score that with your product. Now, why don't I go ahead and get the box that you sent me so we can let the audience know what it's about?
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Here goes.
All right, well, let's see what the Sheba Pet is all about. Sheba Tom sent this my direction earlier in the week so that we can open it up together and see what the Sheba Pet is really all about. So let's give it a check. Well, all righty. So now we're going to go ahead and take the wrapping off of this. Woohoo. And can't wait to see what's inside. All right. Well, that's pretty cool. We got a little informational piece about it that we can always use.
Yeah.
And then we've got this great soil, this Sheba Pet soil, the Sheba Pet soil that came with it. And so that way you don't have to get any soil. And we've also got something that makes it so we can put the date that we started growing this in, and maybe even name the brand of autoflower that we're using. Which, by the way, we've got some great autoflowers in here. We got some seed pods as well for your germination, and that comes with it. That's pretty groovy. And let's see what kind of seeds that we got here. Oh, cool! We got Bruce Banner autoflower seeds, and that's nice. That's a good strain. We got some Bloom Boost for when you get ready to take your flowers down to the last couple of weeks of blooming. That'll help them be bigger and stronger. And then, of course, we got a stick that we can use to put in the soil to keep the plant strong. And you've got a tie, a little wire tie there that you can use for that. A sticker to put on it just for shits and giggles and to share it with your friends, and it tells you about your strain. And we've got a grow guide that comes with it. And we got tweezers so you don't have to touch your seeds. And then we've got an extra large body and hand warmer. Oh, that's pretty cool. I wonder what I can use that for. And then we've got this beautiful pot to grow everything in, and a wooden stir stick to stir any of the fertilizers that we need to stir up or whatever. So it looks like a complete set. And I would encourage anybody who's looking for a plant to grow in a small little space, it looks like Sheba Pet is the ideal thing.
That was cool. It's always good to see someone else open one up.
Well, I tell you, I am honored to have your Sheba. I feel like I'm getting the ability to enjoy something brand new before too many other people experience it. Now, the fertilizer that you've got in there, that's my first question is, what kind of mix is that? I know a lot of people use Happy Frog as their soil. How does yours compare to that? How do you come up with your soil?
So yeah, it does come with the Sheba Pet pot soil. It's a proprietary blend. We start with, it's a perlite mix and sort of a secret ingredient list that we developed over the last couple of years of working with autoflowers specifically. They're a very hungry plants, require a lot of nutrients. I mean, their DNA takes them from seed through flower in 10, 12 weeks. And so
Tom, let me go back a little bit just for the audience. I just want them to understand what they just saw. That box that Casper undid and showed us the ingredients, that's a representative package of your products. Is that correct? That wasn't something you put together for the Casper.
Right, exactly. So we sell via e-commerce from ShebaPet.com. We ship to all 50 states. You'll get a box exactly like that. It's a little 6x6 box that has everything you need.
I knew that. We all knew that, but I want you to be able to, hey guys, this is for real. Yeah. So where are you physically located? Where is your
Our offices, our fulfillment center is just outside of Houston, Texas. We're in Hitchcock, Texas.
Oh, okay.
So about 20 minutes from Galveston. We're in Galveston County.
Now, where do you get your seeds from?
Our seed suppliers are all U.S. based. We limited, the Sheba Pets, we picked 10 different strains as our original Genesis collection, our OGs. It's a range of some sativa dominance to indica dominance to some balanced hybrids in between. And we've tested out, I'll tell you what, a shit ton of seed suppliers and zeroed in on some that are really, really strong and reliable.
Well, I can also tell you the germination rate is very, very key because like you can buy 10 seeds from a dealer, and of those 10 seeds, maybe 6, if you're lucky, will germinate. And when you're trying to put together a timed grow, you don't need your seeds not germinating on time.
Yeah, we provide a guarantee. I mean, our seeds are tested at, our supplier tells us 90% germination rate. So we ratchet that down to about 85%. Each kit comes with 3 autoflower seeds. They come in this little packet with a little vial of 3 seeds each. So that guarantees, if one seed has let's call it an 85% germination rate, that means, 1 out of 15 out of 100 are going to fail. But if you plant the second one, that goes up to a 95 or 98%. You plant the third one, it goes up to a 99.9% germination rate. So it's very rare that we have to replace seeds via the mail, but we do that if they don't sprout for whatever reason. That's one thing we learned early on that was out of our control was how people are planting, how deep they're planting, how much water they're adding to it. A lot of variables go into the planting of the seed. That's why we came up with this concept for the seed pods.
Yeah, those things are great. I've used them, and they almost guarantee your germinated seed to turn into a plant.
Yeah, it really standardizes the process. You can see that little hole in the middle there. I don't know if it shows up on this camera.
Yeah,
but it's flat on the bottom side. It's spongy. It's just sphagnum moss, a little mix. It's biodegradable. So you put that after you fill the planter with the soil. You put the little seed pod right in top. Put the seed right into the little hole there, just deep enough where it disappears, and then you soak this completely soaked, and it drains off enough water so it doesn't drown the seed, but it retains enough moisture that it lets the seed soak it up and begin its enzyme process of starting to grow from within. So that's one of our secret sauces is that seed pod.
What's you're in this pot and stuff. What can a person expect as far as the size of the plants? I assume that you obviously can't grow 8-foot plants in a 6-inch pot, but
it's really autoflowers. They're completely different than photos.
Yeah, exactly.
They grow 24 inches to, on the high side, 36 inches. If you got sativas grow straight up fast. Can hit 36 inches if you don't do any trimming at all. They'll grow straight up. The indicas that we have, they're a little squattier and shorter, and they'll get a couple feet tall though. It's designed to be sort of the countertop version. It's one of our missions is get the plant out of the basement, out of the closet, bring it into your living environment. Get to see it grow every day. Get to breathe in once it's
another thing that I like about autoflowers is I consider them to be goof proof, because when you're growing the other strain, you have to have 18 hours of vegetative light, 12 hours of darkness light. And with autoflowers, they don't care. I mean, if you interrupt the light cycle at any point in time, it doesn't interrupt their flowering. And by the time you get ready to do any type of fertilizing, they're almost ready to harvest. So you can't over fertilize them. And the only problem that people normally have, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is over watering. And I've seen a couple of growers say that it's better to let your plant just droop a little, and that way it is thirsty, and give it just a little water so it stands up. And if you do that, you'll never have mold problems, root fungus problems, and overwatering problems, and your plant will just be a happy camper. Am I correct?
Yeah, with photos and depending on the type of container you have, I mean, our planters have a lot of drainage in the bottom. We haven't had any issues with overwater. I like to keep them really moist. I've seen a lot of videos, autoflowers online that, it's almost impossible to overwater them if you have adequate drainage. And
I mean, in the old days, cannabis or marijuana back then was called the ditchweed. Remember? It very much can acclimate itself to a wet environment.
Now, as far we saw the 2 strains that Casper opened up on his box. I'm on your website here, and so I'm going to bring it up and have a drop-down menu come in here, and you can tell us about some of these planter kits. You see, you got different strains that are available.
Yeah. And if you scroll down, there's a, like on the homepage underneath the planters, there's a streaming image. Keep going.
Oh, okay, right there.
Don't click on them because it'll stop the stream. But
There's a little light that you've also figured out for the planter, haven't you?
yeah, there's light kits on the website. You know, autoflowers can take 24 hours a day of light. When I grow them, I leave my lights on 24 hours a day. I'm in a sort of a warehouse environment now, so it's 100%, full spectrum lighting is what I use. I leave them on 24 hours a day. I had been living in Colorado and I had a sunroom environment. And the first strains we started growing when we started the company was all natural sunlight. And sort of our motto was, take over the windowsills of America one plant at a time. All you need is water and sunlight for these babies to grow.
And you don't need like hours and hours and hours of sunlight because they're autoflowers. They don't give a rat's ass how much light they get. They're going to bloom or they're going to bloom, right?
Yeah, they're going to bloom no matter what. But they'll grow healthier the more light they have.
Correct. Now, what's the average yield per plant? A half an ounce, quarter of an ounce, 40 pounds? What?
Yeah, it kind of depends. But, quarter ounce at a minimum for sure, up to an ounce.
Cool. So you can grow an ounce every 10 weeks.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing. That's kind of the rhythm I've gotten into is keeping 1-2 plants alive, planting a new one every 30 days so that I'm harvesting at least one plant a month, sometimes two. Because the harvesting process, it takes a little time, and it's to do multiple plants at once can be, really burdensome. To trim them and hang them and trim them some more.
And they're nice decor, absolutely nice decor. I mean, I can't think of a better plant to walk into seeing somebody's corner by their Davenport than a beautiful cannabis plant going, hello, I'm here.
Yeah. And then these lights we have, they're super cool too. They look really nice.
Well, we're down to the last few minutes of this big broadcast. Anything that you want to specifically share with our audience, Sheba Tom?
I think it's just, the mission behind Sheba Pet, why I launched it was to take control of my cannabis journey. I got tired of going to the dispensary and having different strains and not knowing what's in them or what's in the packaging, or they have preservatives or pesticides or growth hormones. And so I wanted to grow at home and do it organically. And then also understand my strains, how I like to use it. I like sativas in the morning. I like, some hybrids in the afternoon and some indicas at night. So that's why the selection we have, each one has their own profile of, this is a Skittles that's indica dominant. So when I grow my Skittles, I know what I'm getting. I can get used to, I can grow the same strain, the same seed batch over and over. So I get consistency of, hey, what strains do I like? How do I like to use them? And, we have these little storage jars that are coming live on our website. So I can.
Oh, nice. Those are beautiful.
Yeah.
See the labels.
Be protected, airtight. But it's really build your home medicine cabinet, figure out what works for you and grow them at home organically and stockpile your supply.
And give me your URL one more time.
ShebaPet.com.
And I tell you, I have really enjoyed making a new friend with you. I found you to be fun to hang out with there at the Texas Hemp Stock. And I have really enjoyed our conversation today. I want to have you back as a guest in another few weeks to see. I'm going to go ahead and plant this and get this going and get all, and then we're going to see how it grows up and the little light. And if you've got some grow tips, you might be able to share with our audience, because I know our audience, if anybody's growing at home, but I really appreciate particular grow tips about fertilizer or lighting or planting and cultivation that might be a benefit to them. So is that something you think you might want to be part of?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Would love to come back on and watch the progress. I did for those listeners that are interested, check out Sheba Pet at our YouTube channel. I did a 10-week series of planting each one of the strains and showing the weekly progress of, hey, what do you expect in week 1, week 2, week 3?
Oh,
You know,
excellent.
kind of the consistent things to look for. What do you expect?
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. I encourage our audience to make that happen. And Al Graham up in Canada, you are making a lot of noise about how horrible prohibition is, aren't you?
We sure are, exactly. People advocating cannabis education. You can find us at paceradio.net. We are video as well as audio. We release our shows in both formats. And let's see what else. Psychedelics and cannabis, 7 days a week. Check us out.
And Al Bird, people will know you by your memoir. You've got a lot to say inside this big, beautiful book of yours.
Yeah, it's my claim to fame. I guess I wrote a book. Actually, it's the second one. I did produce another book back in 1997 called Cannabis in Medical Practice. It's still available. The difference in the two is the Cannabis in Medical Practice had 13 different authors 17 authors from 13 different countries. And this is back in 97. And these authors were all medical doctors, PhDs, those kind of guys. And what they were saying in 97 is cannabis is a great medicine. And so I gave them the opportunity to express that in that book, Medical Cannabis. I'll brag it up in the 2001 IR, what is it? The Institute of Medicine's report back to the federal government. That book was the only book mentioned in the report.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You are part of cannabis history. Someone should do a movie. Someone should do a movie about you. But,
we're talking about it. I don't know. I talked to a few really special male stars, and they say, "You're too old, Al. I'm a young guy. I can't do that." But anyway, the history of both books is there. They're both online. You can buy them anywhere. And if you're really interested in cannabis, you want to know what's in that seed that Chiba Tom has. That first book, Cannabis in Medical Practice, has a chapter devoted to telling you what's in that seed, for nutrition purposes, for everything. You ought to get a copy, John. Anyway, thank you, sir, for coming. It's been interesting, as always, and I think you got a great product. I think you're helping people to bring a plant into their home, which is always therapeutic, just growing the plant. So I endorse what you're doing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
And I want to remind people that if you go to timeforhemp.news, you get all kinds of free downloads, free videos, free audios, free music downloads about this wonderful plant. And we're kicking our series off there on Citizen Green Network. So you're going to find us on Roku and Apple TV and a variety of other TV platforms. So if you want to share us with your friends that way, well, of course, we're on YouTube and BitChute and Rumble and iHeart. Anywhere there's sound to be found on the internet, we're out there letting everybody know how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant. Right now, it's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. These are words of Jefferson Thomas. He grew hemp. Why not us? It's time to lift the hemp ban. It's time to lift the hemp ban. Yes, we can. I know we can. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Yes, I know we can. We can work together and lift the hemp ban. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for you. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation. Yeah, it's time for hemp.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Coming to me from StratCan says that new sensory testing suggests E-beam irradiation could degrade cannabis quality over time. That's exactly. A new research paper raises concerns about the long-term impact of E-beam irradiation, arguing that it affects cannabis quality, especially THC stability, tripone health, and the appearance of microseeds. E-beam is a type of radiation often used for the remediation of cannabis and food products in Canada for shelf stability by removing contaminants. The paper, Impact of Electron Beam Radiation on Cannabis Quality Over Time, suggests that while irradiation effectively reduces microbial load, it could potentially also compromise the chemical and sensory integrity of cannabis over a 6-month period. The paper has yet to be peer reviewed, just so you know. The blind randomized study compared irradiated and non-irradiated samples of a single cannabis cultivar over 6 months. A key finding was the accelerated degradation of total THC in the irradiated sample, which the study says showed a 9.67% decline compared to a minimal 0.79% decline in the non-irradiated control. Wow, that's a huge difference. The results, say Hall and Roth, people who are involved in this, show that the irradiated sample initially showed a higher THC reading, which the authors attribute to temporary surface conversion post-irradiation. However, THC readings then showed a decline over time. Beyond potency, the sensory evaluations revealed a range of more subjective negative impacts on the irradiated cannabis. The authors say the irradiated sample showed shifts in trichome coloration with increased browning and shrinkage and consistently lowering curing scores over time compared to the non-irradiated control. Now, microseeds were also said to be found in the irradiated sample after 6 months, a phenomenon the author suggests it aligns with post-irradiated tissue instability observed in other botanicals.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. Hello, everybody. Welcome to glass blowing today here at the workshop of the Apple. The creators of the Apple, Dave and Masta, are here with me today. We're going to watch them create some glass products, including we're going to go through the steps of the Apple with Dave.
For example, not quite roundish looking balls that can't be called oranges because oranges are circular. So you're reduced to looking at it going, you know what? It's kind of a pear. No, you know what? It's an apple. It's an apple, right? Right? Because guess what? Nobody actually has a definition of what an apple shape is.
That's right. Yeah.
And there's thousands of different breeds of apples, right?
Correct.
And so a little bit interesting. The only reason why they're apples is because of the fact that I got away with making oblong shaped circles. That's like literally the why I do it that way.
One day he said, "Hey, that looks like an apple."
Yeah, you don't have to worry about a consistent shape if you're calling
That's
an
right.
apple, right?
That's right. And I can tell you, there is no consistency in the last 10,000.
Everyone's its own.
I bet you can find two that are the same in 10,000.
Not if you pull out the calipers. No. To this day, every single one is hand blown and eyeballed. I'll show and demonstrate that to you. I actually don't use a mold or a template or anything like that.
Yeah.
I had to start doing it just to make sure that it fits in the box. Like I can't get too big, right? But that's about it. But yeah, and that's the only reason why I've been able to make so many of them, or else I'd go numb.
Yeah, the apple. Very
Have you got a box there you can show, Al?
Of the apple?
Yeah. There you go. There's a apple.
Yeah, this is the apple here. right?
Yes, that is the apple there.
Okay. And there's a stem, just like on a apple.
Yeah.
Right.
That's stem essentially. Okay, so this, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks, glass bottles. We used to take a little pebble or a dime. We used to stick into the glass bottle. We used to use a lighter, heat up one corner of it, which is something
Damn,
that
got to do it again.
evening out the wall thickness in the kiln, right?
Correct.
But we heat up one little corner of it, stress out one little spot
And it
of
breaks.
the bottle, and then if we do it in the right way and do the right tap, the pebble or the dime that's in the bottle will pop a hole out
Correct.
of the side of the bottle, and then therefore you can take your bottle, stick your joint or your cigarette with a little bit of hash on it into the bottle, and it was called a bottle toke.
Yep.
Yes.
This is a bottle toker. This is your cigarette,
Yep.
but you don't have to use a cigarette anymore. You can just place your hash on here and put it into here. It fills up, and then you just pull it through there. Now, part of the reason why this has been great is for so many people who used to use this old style technique, but you can really only do it with cigarettes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, 'cause
During
you
bottle
can-
time,
yeah,
you couldn't do it with joints. People claim that they can do it with joints, but they're lying. Okay, it's not possible. It was always tobacco, right? And then so as guys got older and you had to quit smoking, you weren't able to do bottle tokes anymore because you were smoking. You just didn't want to have cigarettes around, right? So a lot of people had to give up hash because of the fact that they couldn't do any of it. So when we came up with this, it allowed more of the original old-timey smokers to be able to experience and enjoy hash for the first time without having to dilute it with tobacco, dry cannabis.
Yeah, and I'm a person that doesn't smoke tobacco, so I wouldn't want tobacco.
No, and so you never would have had a bottle toke.
Yeah,
like that would never have been something that you would have appealed to you, right? You're like, no, I don't want the tobacco.
And when I did have one, it was yeah. And then with cannabis, then you've got your cannabis included in your hash, so then you're not getting that. Just if you want just that hash taste.
Well, what you're doing is you're making your cannabis a little stronger, but you're making your hash a lot weaker because you're just adding. It's like no.
And here's an interesting development within the legal market that's kind of it kind of dovetails nicely into the hash devices. Is right now within the legal market, there's such a competition between the stores to attract and keep customers. They're doing everything they possibly can to keep them to come around. And what that usually means is that they're trying to get their customers as medicated or as high as possible, thinking that that's the best way to retain a customer. Is that fair? Right?
Some people THC is the main thing, correct?
Yeah.
For some people, yes.
So with something like this, we want to be able to provide them with a device that by the time they start smoking hash, they're already moved past dry flower, one strain at a time. They've moved into the pre-rolls, which are infused.
Yeah.
So the pre-roll dry tobacco or dry cannabis infused with this, infused with that, laced like dusted with this and that. Right.
The kiff.
Well, the whole part of that new smokers lose is they lose the experience of learning about the different strains of cannabis and the effects of individual strains because everyone's getting a salad joint, as what we used to call it, right?
Yeah.
So no one had an idea of what strain did what because you don't know, right?
Especially on pre-rolls, they don't normally tell you what the strain is.
No, absolutely.
They might say premium cannabis.
Yeah.
So what the hell is that?
So what customers are coming in, they're buying single strains. It's not doing it for them. So now whether they turn to their bud tender, ask for recommendations, bud tenders always turn to an infused pre-roll because that's great bang for your buck from a consumer perspective, from a bud tender perspective. But what that's done is created this whole step in the cannabis community that everyone has skipped in the new legal market because in the old market, we had no choice but to try all the different dry flowers.
Uh-huh.
We have no choice but to get 1 or 2 strains at a time.
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
What's that, Al?
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you didn't like it, you go back to your dealer.
Or you wait till next
Or
week.
you go to your
Next
dealer.
batch.
And you ask for something different. But really, it wasn't that. But now with these infused things, it's artificially gotten people more stoned without the actually understanding the benefits of indicas versus sativas. All of the stuff that the older people and all the stuff that the advocates and the educators want people to know about. So now what happens is they get tired of the pre-rolls. Their taste buds and their cannabinoid receptors are all messed up because they don't know what they're getting. They can come back to a single strain of hash using one of the hash devices, right? And please, like this is the Happle's the affordable version of it. There's lots of hash devices out there, right? But just an opportunity to be able to smoke a pure hash just on its own without diluting it anyway, right?
Yeah,
This be the
first time in decades where I was able to consume just straight hash.
All right, so who has the hash?
I do.
So I a question while you guys are getting the hash.
Yeah.
What's the price range of a Apple?
Retails for $54.
Retail.
That's very reasonable because you go and you can get just a simple bong for $120, but it's just that, right? So this is nice.
This is nice. It's just that it's hash. You can just straight hash.
I've seen Al using his. How long will a piece of hash last in that?
Well, I myself, I've learned.
Let's find out, shall we?
I have learned with mine that
I don't want to use one of the new
single
ones.
person or multiple persons is would be different lengths of hash that you add to this. The amount that you put in. That's what I learned.
All right. So here, let's go through a demonstration. Oh, by the way, each one of these comes with their own set of instructions in both English and French because that's a requirement in Canada. We have to supply all advertising and literature in both official languages of Canada. So all you do is you pick your little snake, and instead of putting that into the middle of a joint, which is what I used to do, you have it on this end.
That's what I'm doing right now, buddy.
Yeah. There you go. So now what we do is we just light up the end of it, let it burn, and then it creates a little ember.
Yeah.
And the most important part of it is don't let it burn. Blow it out before putting it in, or else you could create this black mess in there.
Now, some hash.
So this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is our form of dabbing, right?
Yeah.
We used to love it, especially the old guys that smoking 5 or 6 joints for breakfast.
Yeah.
So anyway, Al, as you can see here, it's brewing, it's filling up in this chamber. Once I get to a point where it's filled up to enough for my lungs,
Yeah.
it up, tick a little bit.
Because you can just sip it,
out.
right?
Yeah, and then just drink it out of the straw. And then I put it back down, pulling it in, draws fresh air through it, so that way it's reloaded, reset, refills itself. If I forget about this, usually happens about the 4th or 5th one of them.
I get that.
After I've forgotten about it, it'll put itself out and it'll snuff itself out. I've anecdotally heard that this is a very efficient way to smoke your hash and consume your hash because very, very little wastage.
And it's personal. It's personal, but you can share it.
There you go.
It's like a drink. It's personal size, but you can share it around the room. I have a Student glass, and you can share that for hours on end.
Right. Yeah. And then and that's it.
So when it comes to the amount of hash that you put in there, being that it'll go out
eventually, yeah.
And relight it.
And then you relight it, Yeah, no, I just put a big long snake into it and just forget about it. Like and then I'll pull on it, and then, like I said, 2 or 3 of those, and then you forget that what you were doing or what you were smoking. Not
Oh yeah, you don't smoke.
Not really.
No, that's right. Yeah.
He doesn't share with his underlings.
I think a joint smoker would like that.
What's that, Al?
I think a joint smoker would like that.
Oh well, yeah, I smoke joints all the time.
There you go, Master. I'm gonna drop that into there for him because he's a special one.
Oh, he needs the fresh one.
Of course he does. He's master.
But look how beautiful that waterfall is.
Yeah.
It's yeah. That's one that didn't cross quality insurance, by the way. It's all right on the side.
But those are nice. If you've got five or six people sitting around and you got 5 or 6 people or 6 of those, you can just share it, but not share it.
Yeah, and my whole idea with it is why share it when you can all have your own. And to your point with the party size one, any bigger than the chambers that we make is too big.
Too big.
The smoke,
Yeah.
the hash smoke just gets stale and old, right? Like that old bomb smoke. Don't make sure you clear it out.
Yeah.
Right. You know what we're doing, right?
Same thing.
Right?
Right.
Like, oh, look at that.
So,
That's super cool. Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that. Look, that's hash smoke. Hash smoke falls.
And this is why you should clean your apples.
Wow. Oh, hey. For your audience.
Hey.
For your audience.
Okay.
I highly recommend that if you drink coffee, get one of these things and you fill this with ISO.
Yeah.
Right? And then when you're done with your apple for the day and night, drop it in there, close it up. And when you wake up in the morning, pull it out and you give yourself a little rinse in the water, and then you have a brand new apple for the day. Right? It'll always be clean, right? And then you just keep the lid on this, and then your alcohol will never.
That's really a cool idea. There you go. A tip. A Dave tip. An official Dave tip.
Dr. Martha Stewart.
You're talking about snail smoke and stuff. With this, when it goes out, obviously there's going to be smoke in that chamber.
That's the fastest way to make the apple dirty, is to let smoke sit in there. Because it clings to the side immediately.
Yeah.
And otherwise it just dissipates, because as you can see, once it fills up, I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not, once it fills up, it starts to overflow.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, I got somebody.
It's starving for oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
That's what I was wondering. Like, at the end, obviously, you're going to have,
That's why
And
I
then-
have fish to oxygen.
Yeah.
And then here's another reason. So one of the things is I get a lot of criticism or questions about why this here is so loose and it rattles so much. Well, the reason for that is the airflow. Because if you had it sitting tight and not rattling, it just completely choke out and it would never stay lit.
You gotta keep
some
air in there.
You gotta have it. So that rattle has to happen only for it to work. So it's kind of one of those, which is a little contrary because people don't like glass rattling with it.
So yeah, well, you were just because it's gonna break, right? And then where would you get another stem?
If you break your stem,
Near a swag shop.
yeah, or you message me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll do a call out and I'll encourage people to message me whenever they have a broken stem.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the fact that I'm doing impromptu quality assurance.
Right.
Right. The number of stems I have to send out as a replacement would generally tell me whether or not this is a viable product. Right.
Yeah.
And I give replacement stems out pretty much for free. And I can still do that because I only get 1 in maybe 1,000 every few months. And it's never, but it's always because of negligence, right?
Now people can lose them.
Yeah.
Or drop them.
Yeah, and as far as for someone to replace that stem, they have to get a hold of you. Very kind of, unless you've got them available in the store.
They are available.
They're available
separately.
Yeah. Okay. They're available individually, but realistically, it's so hard to put a price on that little stem.
Oh, sure.
Because that little stem, in my mind, that's the secret to it. You can take that stem and use it wherever you want to.
Mm-hmm.
So the value of that stem is actually quite high towards the whole value of the whole piece. But I'm hard pressed to charge $25 for a replacement stem, right? It just doesn't make sense.
Right.
And then at the same time, I have no idea. It hasn't, like 1 in 1,000 every few months is probably like, that means I'm sending out 10 or 15, right?
Right.
It's not a big deal at all, right? So anyway.
Crap.
Passion's different.
So
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah. This is the point of the video, Al, where you start recording faster, maybe. Jump. Yeah. Use that 30 frames per second George Miller shit.
Now let's see where else we can go with this. As far as so these are available.
Take a moment, Al.
So as far as the retail stores, they could be available, and are they just available in Ontario retail stores?
Everywhere.
Everywhere, so right across the country.
Yep.
So for people to go into the stores, see if they're there, ask if they're not there, and maybe they'll bring them in.
I have a question. Can you bang a nail in with a apple like you did with the other thing?
Sure. Let's. I'll get you that apple right now. Yeah. We'll send you that video. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We certainly can. We do.
I think he's looking for one.
Oh, maybe.
I know that I've taken my apple on the road with me quite a few times. So what's that?
Now I know, and I know how I did the full-on block when I said I didn't want to talk about this, but I will talk about it a little bit. The next iteration that both Master and I are working on our own versions of it. Water filtered hash devices.
Oh,
so water filtration. Yeah. So this is particularly my design. It's called the Drew Dot. And it looks a little bit, it's supposed to look like an egg in honor of the egg farming that happens here, but nobody sees the egg. I know. I'm pretty. And then I like that with an egg. With the good black drop.
Yeah.
Did you think you would be modeling today, Dave?
It's got the percolator in the bottom.
Percolator model. And the whole the secret with this one is that this chamber here acts as the internal apple.
Right.
So that chamber is where the smoke fills up, and then you put water in the bottom so that it filters through.
And bubbles.
Yeah, I found it very smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we were trying it. Yeah.
Well, when I received it, I waited 5 days before I used it. So
Okay.
my first toke, everybody got to see the first time I used it in the video when we did the broadcast.
Oh, good.
And it was very smooth. Oh, here.
Let's try this.
Okay. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. No. Okay, hang
Get
on.
the
I'm gonna turn this. Okay.
No, you're gonna cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out yourself.
Oh no!
Okay, all right. It broke, but how many times? How many times did you hit that for
That's
something
not-
that wasn't designed
Yeah.
to do that with?
Oh, those weren't test taps before? Then he just would tap, tap, tap,
Well,
tap,
any
tap,
tap.
Yeah.
Any tap.
You know who's really good at those stuff?
I'm gonna try it again. Here we go.
All right, I'll do it once more, and this time I'm only going to hit it 5 times. Five.
Okay, we're gonna hit an apple on the nail.
Yeah, that's way more.
Okay, all right, that's great. Holy Jesus.
How do you know what? You need to learn to count, mister.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So I mean that it's nice to see that because a lot of people, one of the reasons they don't use pipes is because you drop them and they break.
So this tube is for the handle body. That tube is for the mouthpiece. And this glass rod here is what I make the stem from.
Cool.
They come in 5-foot lengths. And we get them from Nortel Manufacturing in Markham, Ontario, Scarborough, Ontario. What I've got is set up a section of the tube. I take one of the long tubes and I break it in half. So I use half a section at a time. I plug up one hole on it and I put a mouthpiece on that. And a mouthpiece on the other side. They're hooked up to these blow hoses connected to this valve, which allows me to control which side I blow into. I've got the tube on this end, which is what I use as a blow tube or a handle, which I'll show you when I take it off. And here's the raw glass on this side. Now, these are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the handles. And then the only other thing I have is this piece of glass here, which I use to pick molten glass off so I don't have to do it with my fingers.
Makes sense.
Which you're not supposed to do, I learned. This Bunsen burner acts like the oven, and what it does is heats up the glass and gets it to a minimum temperature so that it doesn't blow up or crack when the higher temperature of the torch gets on it. First thing I've done is open up a hole on this main tube so I can connect it to this smaller tube. At this point, the glass is heated up enough, so I'll turn the Bunsen burner off. Connect 2 pieces of glass together. Once it's fused, I'll pop into it to make sure that it doesn't collapse on itself. Because as glass heats up and becomes molten, it wants to condense on itself. So it's always collapsing. So one of the things I'm doing with the blowing into the blow hose is keep it from collapsing and closing itself off. Now what I have set up right now is I have a tube with hoses hooked up on both ends, a valve to be able to control which side I blow into so that I can control which way the pressure goes in. Not as big a deal on these pieces. It becomes more important as you get into larger, complicated pieces like the dewdrop. In our shop, sometimes when we turn our bigger flame on, it creates a popping sound, so we have a tendency to say fire in the hole, fire. And I didn't create a pop, which is great. You can edit in the sound effect later. I say Roger Rabbit. Wow.
So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat up a section of this glass here. And you'll see here I have a little template that I take here. And my template, you'll notice that this tool is the right width for the length as well as the width of the handle. So I look at that, make sure that this thing is still the same size. I do this every time because for some reason I'm worried that this tool will change size. Once I've gotten it hot and molten enough, I'll start pumping it out to shape and form the bottom of the apple, of the first apple. Yeah.
Right there, yeah.
You want to slide that on now if you want to. Yeah. It'll help to cut that glare out a little bit.
There you go. What Dave was mentioning was this device right here. I got in my hand, and what it allows me to do is to watch the flame, because that can,
Filters out the yellow. Filters out the sodium.
yeah, which can be end up where you get. Well, I guess it's not like a welding flash or anything. Yeah.
So you'll notice here I formed the bottom half of the apple. I've made it about 2/3 of the size I want it to be. Using my template. Use my template this way. Now I know how long it's supposed to be. I've got that section there earmarked out for this particular apple. And then now what I'm going to do is heat up the whole piece. And then at that mark, this mark here, I'll pinch it down, puff into it a little bit to start that apple growing. It's kind of interesting. I actually watched a bunch of YouTube time-lapse videos of apples actually growing because that's kind of what it was. It didn't help, but it was cool to see.
So how, like, that is extremely hot.
Oh, yes. What's the temperature when glass is molten after? 2,500, 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now I puffed it in, I puffed it out, you'll see it's about the width that I want it to be at, the height that I want it to be at, but the shaping is not quite there, so I'll go back in briefly, heat up the bottom of it, just the bottom half of the apple. That's where I use this tool, brace it. And what I'm doing is I'm pushing it against the glass I don't want to move so that it'll cool faster. So the glass that's still hot moves more. So there's my, pretty much the apple. Kind of like it. The bottom could be a little bit more puffed out, so I will keep that bottom a little bit more. Puff and blow it out. That's my first one in this string. I'll go in. Now I'm going to pinch off the top to create the top opening as well as the bottom of the next one. So I'll do that. This tube here is thicker, so instead of, if I condense it down, it's going to be too thick there relative to the rest of the apple. So I actually do a combination of condensing and stretching to maintain the wall thickness of the glass. Try to keep that wall thickness as consistent as possible. Now that I've gotten that kind of thinned out, I'll go in on this side and I'll pinch off to create the top of the apple. That's it. And then what that does is it also has thinned out the glass between that and the next one on the string. So I can just move down the line, set up, heat up to do the second one, which I'll do quickly.
swelling as I watch it through this lens.
So yeah, as I mentioned, I'm not using a template or anything like that. I'm just trying to grow out each apple out of the glass. And I only do it this way just to keep it interesting. Like, it would be faster and easier if I used the template, but this is what's been making it somewhat interesting for the last 10,000 tries. I turn down the heat and the flame size to a smaller flame because I don't want to heat up too much of this glass. Because right now I'm getting ready to pull this section off. So I'm going in, forming up that top apple there. Now I have two there. I'm more concerned about making sure they fit into the packaging. So I worry about that in terms of my diameters and parameters. Not so worried about the actual shape of each of them. Mainly because most people only buy them one at a time. And as I said, I challenge anyone to find two apples.
They're the same.
No, they're the same. Now, what you'll notice I just did there was I really thinned that out, made it nice and thin, and pulled it apart so that when I rip it off and separate the two tubes, there's minimal amount of glass that's there. I'll do the same thing here. This is something that Master has asked me to do, which is to thin out that section in between the apples so that when he's working by hand, it'll be easier for him to separate out. Whereas I'm working on a machine, and essentially it allows me to take coffee breaks or dad breaks. So I've gone in and I've thinned out that as much as I need to, so that way when in the next stage when they're removed from the string, it'll be easier to cut. Finally, I'll go in on this end. I'll keep this section up here. I'll let that condense down.
It's two bottoms against each other.
Two top. Well, no, that's the bottom.
Oh, okay.
See? Apples. Thanks, Al. Thanks for measuring my point. All right. So I'll turn that off, and then I will take these two, and I'll pull them off of here, and then I'll place them over to this station here at Master.
Okay, so now they're full. So we're coming over here, and
we're going to come over here on this side. He's working off of, now what he's going to do now is he's going to finish off the apples. I'll talk it through one. You'll talk it through one. I'll talk it through one of them, and we'll do the other one. Does that make sense? Yeah. Right, and then that way, kind of gives you both, right?
Correct.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over from the lathe. This is to prevent condensation from building up on the inside. So it's just a quick little maneuver there to tear off a little excess glass. Flowing into the glass, I pop the hole out there, and they're using graphite. I use it to open the hole up to be the exact same size as the 12.7 millimeter tube that I use to attach to it as an mouthpiece. How do I know it's the exact same size? Experience. So I have a tube here with an open edge to it. And then I warm both of them up just a little bit right here. And attach it, and then I position it the way I want as the glass is cooling down. Then I choose where I want to melt the glass off, the length of the mouthpiece, which typically is going to be about 0.75 to 1 inch in length from the handle. So I break that off just like that, and using stainless steel tweezers, I just clean the end off a little bit, which makes the last step a little bit easier. Now I need to make that mouthpiece fully melted in and lodge this with the rest of the apple. This creates the strength in the apple. Okay, that's so I'm going to use a hand torch just to get the heat precisely where I want, because I don't need to heat very much glass here. I just need a very small section at a time. And I'm just going to work around slowly, get it all melted in, getting tiny little puffs between heats to put the glass to the position I need it to be. To melt the borosilicate glass, we use a combination of propane and pure oxygen to create the temperatures that we need. So I'm just warming the glass up just to make sure that it's all the same temperature again. This is just to prevent cracks from forming. We have a Bunsen burner in front of me here. That keeps will heat the glass up to about 1200 to 1300 degrees. If you're not careful, that is hot enough for the glass to sort of start to bend and be a little bit malleable. So you do have to be careful to sort of keep it within the 1000 to 1200 range. Now that I have opened a hole up on the top, I'm going to heat up the glass with the flame and use my graphite to push it down and create a flat top. Now, one area of the apple that needs to be consistent is the hole at the top. The top needs to be consistent so that stem that we've shown you fits properly and has the right amount of wiggle space. So I use another graphite reamer here, and this one has a measured line on it. So I open the top of the hole here to 14 millimeters. Once again, I'm just going to make sure that that's flat with the graphite. And then again, pushing heat into it to make sure it's all even. Now, what I need to do is open up the mouthpiece and make it functional. So to do that, I'm going to heat up a different piece of glass. It's in my right hand now. I'm going to get it to be molten hot, whereas the glass that's in my left hand, it's going to be technically cold, but really it's going to be like 1000 degrees. But compared to the 2.5 or 3000 degrees that this side was, this side was cold, relatively speaking. So now I'm going to allow that heat line to dissipate, which will create stress and allow me to snap it off in a very nice, clean way right there. Now, if I just left that, it would have been razor sharp. So a little bit of flame goes a long way. Now, once again, bring heat in, introduce it to the glass, bring it all up to the same temperature. And then when I'm ready, I'm going to use tongs covered in Kevlar to hold the piece of work and melt it off. This is why the step that Dave took earlier for me is so important. I'm not able to manipulate the glass very effectively in the tongs, so the less amount of turning that I can do, the better off I am. Now I need to make the bottom flat, so I'm going to spin it around, and once it's all hot here, I'm going to once again use graphite to bring it down and flatten it off. And there you have it, a finished apple. Thanks, Master. I'm going to go through making stems.
Here's that long piece of rod. 8 millimeters in diameter is the one I like to use for the stem for the apple. Just gonna break this down really quickly in half. So a little bit more manageable for my short little arms. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. So I'll get a section of it hot like this and molten, pull it out of the flame, and then I'm squeezing it together to make that rounded disc. Okay? Second step after that is I will take and pull off the end that I'm going to form the little wedge side of it where you attach your hash. And what I'll do with that is I'll rip this off, set this aside for the next one, use my handy trusted butter knife that forced my wife to have to buy a whole new set because she was missing a butter knife. And I'll just take it and I'll press in that little wedge in that, or as has also been described, the little butt crack. And that little butt crack there will sit in there. Heat it up a little bit just to quickly even out the temperature on that. Switch hands, place this, have these tongs here. I bent them, especially made them so they'll grab the piece. I will heat up this end, which is the end side that I will use, and press into a leaf. And it turns out that Master had bought this little leaf pair of tweezers that have a little pattern on them. And I've been using these for every single apple stem. Take it, do a half cup, and that squishes it up to form that leaf pattern. There you are. Set that down, and then I can make 10,000 more of those. And
Awesome. Awesome.
And that's the steps to making an apple.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you make colored ones, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do.
Okay.
But
Cool.
the colored ones and the colored ones, we don't make very many of them because of the fact that the price point changes.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just you see the process. We're doing this all day long, every day.
Yeah. Yep.
300 a week, right? So that's just all we do, and hey, can't complain about it. At the same time, it's definitely not quite. This is not the glassblower's dream, but I mean, really,
You're producing these in your shop out back.
we waited till we hit 10,000 before announcing the licensing agreement because you know what? At 10,000, I think I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want.
You sold 10,000 then.
We've made way more than that, but we've sold out the door.
Correct.
10,000. That doesn't even account for Masters, hash kettles, and hash lanterns. We're only talking about the nugs hassle.
Right.
We're not even talking about the hackles before the nugs. These are strictly just the ones
Just
for the overlord.
just the hackle.
Just the ones for the overlord. Right. Which is wonderful, right?
Mhm.
Love them. I love my overlords very much.
Yeah.
Overlords.
And as we haven't really mentioned, as you can see, you can use this is the dewdrop. You can use it as an E now.
With
As
an
well.
E now.
That's Adric.
Yeah.
And the point of the dewdrop was to provide that option for the consumer who doesn't dab very often. Right? It's for those people who prefer hash, prefer joints, but they'll do the occasional dab and things like that. That's why we built this and that's why we released this, is because we want to give that option to people without having them having to outlay a lot of money.
Now, did I see a video as well that you can do hash in there? Yep. You can do dabs. Yep. Now, did I see you put a banger in there as well as a bowl.
Yeah.
For smoking herb.
Yeah, but like, sure. But I argue you're going backwards. Sure, you can smoke flour out of this thing. But why when you can smoke hash?
But it's the multi-tool. It's the Swiss knife.
We're trying to make it to be that way.
Yeah.
Right? It's just a daily driver. But most people have a preference. Right? They have their preference on how they like to consume. And the whole idea, as we talked about earlier, about the idea about glass being one of the cleanest delivery devices for cannabis, or for really a lot of things, right? For anything, really, right? We're really hoping that this the Drew drop is going to be something that gives that person their regular option in addition to all of the other things for once in a while, right? Because very rarely do people smoke flour, hash, and dabs out of the exact same piece.
Well,
the
yeah,
taste
exactly.
is really weird. Like it tastes
yeah,
really
and
weird.
if you're doing it in a vaporizer, especially some of those old style ones, yeah, that was a mess.
Right, it's a mess, and so therefore, right, so that's why I'm like, no, you don't want to.
But yeah, this gives you the base. People have to have their own adapters.
Is it the ideal dab rig? Possibly for the right person, right? But there's so many different designs out there. This is really just meant to give, like, you know what? In a pinch, here you go. This is your daily drive.
Yeah, it's your daily smoker. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's going to retail for $100. It's a bigger investment than the Apple is, but with the water filtration and the fact that you can use it for any form of consumption, we're hoping that that'll justify the pricing for it.
Yeah.
Right. And really, like right now, the last thing people need is a fancy marble on the side of it that they don't need to get high.
Okay, well, guys, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Master and Dave for allowing us to come here today in order to film you guys doing your work, as well as learning all the history behind the apple and how to see how the apple is created. We really appreciate you allowing us to come in here today, film you doing your thing, what you love to do. That's blowing glass, answering some questions, and you've had a great success, and we wish you continued success.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Els.
Al, you got anything you'd like to say? Enjoy.
Thanks. I enjoyed watching it. I watched the whole thing. I just sat here because I've always liked that stuff, but I've always avoided going near it. It's scary.
So don't forget, go to your cannabis store in your area, whether you live in British Columbia or Newfoundland, and you can go in there, check to see if they've got the apple. If they don't, request that they bring you one in and enjoy your hash.
You got a website where people can go directly?
www.canarisswag.shop. It's the Overlord's website.
Okay.
Instagram,
Master Glass. And I'm Dave. Earl Electric Dave.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelics. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.